Hey, Chandika. Morning, everyone.
Good morning, Oracle Gabriel. How are you?
Chalika, I did say, fine and you.
Good, thanks.
Chalika, is the meeting only start at 9:30?
Yes, but remember, Zoom doesn't allow me to allow people to join from 9:15. So on the app, there's 9 and 9:30, so I cannot put 9:30.
Oh, okay. But we can
But
still
it's
come
starting
in
at
at 9:30.
9:30. Yes.
Okay. All right, now then I will come in at 9:30.
No worries.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you, sweetie. Bye.
Bye.
Kindly confirm, is there another link for this meeting? Because I'm on another one.
Also on this one, Honorable Mr. Makungwana.
Yeah.
No, I think this is the right link.
This is the right link, eh?
Yes, sir. I spoke to Talika on this one earlier, so yeah.
Thank you.
But the meeting only starts at 9:30, so there's still 1 minute to go.
Yeah, there's still 1 minute to go, and Mr. Katikati has already arrived.
Yeah.
He's
Okay.
on time. The Philippi people are toying.
Yeah, yes, but they will come in exactly 9:30.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members and colleagues.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Chair. Good morning. Chairperson.
Dumelang bagolo.
Sawubona Chairperson.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Morning, Chair.
Uyathanda unibhaza Chileka, eh?
No, Chair, kaloku bungathethi, so I was worried mhlambi network.
Buzawuthini ngalona?
Benza's elector as the acting chair.
Uyi. Thanda kakubi isikhundla. Honorable Dlamini, good morning to you.
Good morning, Chairperson. How are you?
No, I'm much better than yesterday. How are you?
I'm fine, Chairperson. It's just cloudy outside. I'm so happy.
Oh, nice. It's almost rainy in Durban. Honorable Mbatha, sawubona.
Sawubona Chair, kunjani?
Ngiyaphila, ma uyaphila.
Hayi sazamazama.
Hayi, arizama. Asincenge. Honorable Mchunu, dumela.
Dumela, morning. Ninjani nje?
Ngiyaphila, ma uyaphila.
Ngiyaphila sonke.
Great.
Good.
Honorable Singh, good morning.
Morning. How are you? I don't think you extended your visa for Durban to today, so I must check on that. How are you, Chair? Well done on the weekend. Well done.
Hey.
Yeah. Could I make an urgent request to somebody that's from the fisheries online now to call me very, very urgently. I just received a disturbing video of hundreds of fish dead in Mashangwana River. So if they can call me, please, and we can see what intervention to take. Sorry to bring in this matter now. Thank you. Anybody from fisheries? Thank you. Thank you.
Sure. I hope they're noting that, they're hearing you, Honorable Singh. Good morning, Honorable Paulsen.
Greetings,
Yes.
commanders.
Oh,
Honorable Paulsen. Honorable Winkler, good morning.
she's training now, Chair. Just a sec.
Honorable Weber, good morning.
Morning, Chair.
Ngiyaphila njani?
Njani, Baba.
No, ngiyaphila.
Phela.
Honorable Bryant, good morning.
Morning, Chairperson. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Although I can't see you. Honorable Winkler, good morning to you.
Morning, Chair. Hope you're well.
I'm well, thanks. Honorable Kancho, Molo.
Molo Chairperson kunjani?
Ngiyaphila.
Ngiyaphila Chair.
Siyabonga. DG, Dumela.
Sawubona, Chairperson.
Likai.
Siphilile ninjani?
No, siyaphila. Can you delegate someone to deal with that issue that Honorable Singh has just requested? He has also sent the number on the chat group.
Yes, I am responding to it, Chair. Thank you.
Great. Wonderful, thank you.
Thanks.
Minister Barbara Creasy, good morning.
Received an apology, Chair, from Minister.
Okay. Deputy Minister Sochu, good morning.
Dumela mdula stulo.
Waphela Mtswadi.
Ritele ka ngwanes.
Ash, Lili Ali.
Sorry le buile.
Okay, let's start. Shileka, can you kindly flight the agenda? I suspect those who are not here will still join us as we proceed. Okay. Welcome to the meeting of the Portfolio Committee, ladies and gentlemen. As you all know, my name is Nkibi Mudise. I am told that the leadership of the department today is led by Deputy Minister Makgotso Sochu, and the Director General, Ms. Nomfundo Shabalala. Is Ms. Sue Middleton here?
Yes,
Hello, Sue.
Chairperson, she is online. She is online, but I think she's also talking to Honorable Singh.
Oh, okay. All
yes,
right.
Thank you.
Mr. Peha. Are you Mr. Peha? Ms. Mullins?
Good day, Chair. Banasha's here.
Welcome. Mr.
Thank you.
Ngongwa?
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, to the Deputy Minister and DG and the DDG. Thank you, Chair.
Relevant that. Ms. Khobela?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, Deputy Minister and DG.
Mr. Mguni, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Good morning, Deputy Minister, the DG, and the other colleagues. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Leon, please.
Morning, Chair, honorable members, DG, Deputy Minister, and colleagues.
Ms. Hani, good morning. Ms.
She's
Hani?
not well, Chair. Miss Hani is not well.
Oh, okay. Ms. Mbogoto?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, DM and DG.
Okay, it's Mr. Katikati here. Mr. Katikati, good morning. Mr. Katikati?
Good morning, sir.
Kunjani?
Ndiyaphila Nkosi yami kunjani?
No, right. Siyabonga, uyamkelekile.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Saunders?
Good morning, Chair.
Is it Mr. Saunders?
No, it's Mrs.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's written Mr. here. I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
Mr. Gerrans?
Good morning, Chair. I'm here. Good morning, all the honourable members of this committee. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Welcome. All right, let's get right into it. Chileka, can we put the apologies on record?
Yes, Chair. I only received one apology from the minister. Thank you.
Okay. Any other apologies, honourable members?
Chairperson, my apology to leave at 11:30, please.
Noted, Honourable C.
Thank you, sir.
Any other apology, honourable members? Mangungwa. Mr. Mangungwa or Miss Maqungwa. Can you kindly mute your mic? Same goes for Poisons. Somebody, Poisons. Please mute your mic. Mr. Maqungwa. Please switch your mic off.
Okay, it's off now.
Can I get a move of the adoption of the agenda?
Chair, I move for the adoption of the agenda. It's Kanjo.
I second, Chair, Honorable Mbata.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbata. Chileka, can we go straight to the program for the first term? Honorable members, that is the proposal of this is a draft program for our committee for this term. There is a proposal that the 13th has passed, the 20th has passed. Can we go down? The 27th is today. We are scheduled to deal with the matters raised by the small-scale fisheries and to get information from the Animal Law Project on the Animal Welfare Bill. Next week, Tuesday, meeting with the German Parliamentary Committee. On the 8th to the 10th, there's a proposal that we go to Northwest and Gauteng. You'd remember the issue of the stockpiles that was raised, rhino stockpiles in the Northwest. And there's a proposal that we visit South African Weather Services there. And then the other Tuesday on the 12th, the issue of South Durban Community Environmental Alliance on the emissions caused by the engine refinery and the responses from them. Tuesday the 19th, the committee annual report of last year, and then the minutes of the meetings that we've been having, and draft legacy report, the work that we have been doing for the whole term. Then on the 26th, if we agree, we adopt the final legacy report and the minutes. Can I get discussions, honorable members, or proposals? Or adoption? Honorable Bryant?
Thanks, Chairperson. Sorry, just if you excuse me, I'm struggling a bit with signal, so I'm going to leave my camera off, but I'll get it up and running a little bit later. Chair, the only thing that I think we haven't managed to get round to this term of office, and I know it's something that has been a challenge because of the fact that it sits between us and DALRAD, has been the colloquium on animal welfare. I know we are going to have a discussion and a presentation on it later in terms of animal welfare in a slightly different aspect, but maybe we can discuss it then. But from what I can tell with the packed schedule and the short term that we're going to have before we all break, it doesn't seem like it's going to be possible, but we can discuss that later. Apart from that, I'm happy with the agenda. Thanks, Chair. I mean, the schedule.
I suspect you also move for the adoption, Honorable Bryant.
Yes, Chair, I'm happy to move for the adoption.
Okay. We must find a way of discussing the matter of the colloquium. We'll touch it on the side with Chilega to engage with the Portfolio Committee of Agriculture. Can I get a seconder?
Chair, I second. My hand is up, Honorable Mbata.
Siyabonga, Honorable Mbata. Thank you very much. Okay, so this is the work. This is how our work is going to be guided going forward. Can we go straight to the presentation then by Mr. Katikati? Mr. Katikati?
Can you hear me, Chair? Honorable Chair?
Yes, we can hear me. We can hear Makungwan.
Okay. Yes, I'm ready to start now.
Go ahead, Ndad.
Greetings to the honorable members. This is our presentation, which is titled 30 Years Petition with Perseverance. The Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry undermined existing fishing agreements. I would like...
Mr. Katikati, just 1 second. Can you,
yes,
can you kindly fly to this presentation?
It's not on the PC.
Oh, so you are just presenting it without us seeing it?
Yes, unfortunately, due to the resources, I apologize for that.
That's fine. Qhubeka Mhlekazi.
I would like to thank members of the committee for this opportunity. Further, we extend same to the UDM for their tireless efforts to open your office door. At last, the National Assembly Speaker had to convince Fisheries Portfolio Committee Chairperson to listen to the fishers. The 2024 submission is not different from a previous submission, except few additional attachments, including newspaper articles, photos, former SACFC projects. Further, I apologize for not attaching my CV here with the submission due to the limited resources. I shall save time by not reading out categorized annexes supporting a content herein, and some of the attachments may not be orderly listed but are all renamed. 30 years petition subdivided into the different periods. I shall start with a period from 1994 to 1997. The fact is that due to the exploitation of workers by the fishing companies and boat owners, labor rights issues and bad working conditions still exist. When the V&A Waterfront intervened in 1994, their concern in the harbor was not the fishers, but crime and protection of the tourists due to continued physical clashes between foreigners and local fishers. On the waterfront's mandate, Derek Klute gathered Tuna Association, SA Police, Fishers, and Immigration Home Affairs to deal with the challenge of illegal foreigners. Klute lost a control of the situation when the Tuna Association undermined the 14 April 1994 agreement. Waterfront had no more options but to take a legal action against the Department of Sea Fisheries because fishers are constituency of the department. As per instructions from the Department of Sea Fisheries, Chief Director Dr. Louis Bota, promptly the senior official Arnold Slater had to convene a stakeholders meeting on 7 February 1995. We reached a second agreement with a list of important issues from the meeting agenda. However, the participants, including the department chaired that meeting, failed to implement their roles. The department abandoned the 1994 and 1995 agreements due to the following reasons. Blacks did not vote for the National Party in 1994. Further, whenever we visited Slater in the office for solutions, he constantly said, "What can I do? Because it is your government." Now everything is in the hands of the black government. To support my statement, based on what valid reasons fishers around the coastline were convinced to sign Fishermen's Community Trust deeds on 25 April 1994. Then officials of the department started to be recruited by the consultants of the private fishing companies. Sometimes same officials came back into the department. Cape Town Harbour Fishermen's Trust Deputy Chairperson Jim Hwai. Just one moment, please. Are you still there, Chair? Are you still there? All right. The Deputy Chairperson Jim Hwai raised to the government a setting up for a commission of inquiry in 1996. Intellectuals claimed that Hwai was mad and deserved to be kept in a place of safety. In 1996, we approached that Deputy Minister Peter Mkaba to sort out fishers' grievances. Mkaba could not believe that fishers did not even benefit from the boats daily transporting tourists to the Robben Island. Death overtook fishers' wishes, whereas later we heard that Mkaba passed on. Early in 1994, Tony Yengeni was appointed the ANC representative for the fishing industry. However, he did not have time to assist fishers. I shall skip the annexes. In 1997, 30 September, Home Affairs pushed fishers to the administration desk instead of a meeting. On Mukaba's departure, we participated at the fisheries policy draft of South Africa with pessimism due to our experience and pain from 1994. We met the dead fisheries portfolio committee chairperson, Gwen Mahlangu, who always berated fishers on their noise, allocate fish first to the fishers. And we raised a commission of inquiry to investigate established fishing companies and the Tristan da Cunha atrocities. Big business always labeled informal fishing communities, abbreviation IFC, as poachers. At some stage, we met the former fisheries minister, Paulo Jordan, who told the leadership that his hands were tied up until there is a new marine law. Jordan advised the IFC there will not be a cake for individuals. From now, go and form a legal structure in order to receive a fair allocation if there will be fishing rights for your company. It was not an easy walk. However, we formed 25 fishing cooperatives with 3,600 members from the West Coast, Dorang Bay, to the East Coast, Jeffreys Bay. That is when we heard from the horse's mouth a pain of being a woman, widow, orphan, and brutality of the apartheid regime on the SA coastline. SACFC history is part of the previous submission and again highlighted in the 2016 Public Protector Provisional Report and on point 24 of the year 2024 submission. Therefore, SACFC operated from 1998 to 2003, whereby a labor lawyer, the vote volator, overpowered management and hijacked Fisher's company, and managers forever disappeared. The only alternative in 2005 was for the Fishers to approach the Department of Trade and Industry. Investigation commenced from 2006 and final 2008 DDI investigation report with recommendations was issued in December 2008. What we need to underline, SACFC was Palo Jordan's pilot project. If it was to be a success, and the same model was aimed to be rolled out around the coastline. One of the lessons our government is not prepared to observe, to provide empowerment on paper without tools, in most cases, does not have a fruitful outcome. That is a true reason the Department of Sea Fisheries 2 times commissioned investigation into SACFC financial mismanagement allegations. And both reports came back clean, but blamed Fisher's illiteracy. SACFH and SACFC fishing rights background. SACFC history is on point 24 of the year 2024 submission. My only comment is that we made an effort by investing on what was available. A negative aspect is that we did not know that among ourselves, certain individuals had a purpose to supply products to overseas for their own benefits. On a failure to deliver, Andrew Johnston ensured that everyone will lose. Johnson captured Hout Bay Cooperative chairperson, Mark Gallas, whom disseminated miscalculated information to everyone. That is how Agalas opened a door for the vote volator and his associates to take over the company in June 2003. When there were allegations prior to 2003, the Department of Fisheries investigated the company, but when the storm engulfed SACFC, the department did not want to intervene. Despite a pressure from the members of the cooperatives and non-available incentives for infrastructure investment, indeed, we delivered to the coastline. SACFC did not manage to create a job for each member, and our request to the department was that allocate line fishing permits as much, just to convince members that no one will fold arms or return home with bare hands. I'm glad to state that cooperatives members were listed on the SACFH Funeral Trust. Former cooperatives projects are listed here under. The period of 2004, after the company was hijacked by the vote volatile, we had to take stock and assess the disaster. Therefore, we contacted the government to state that the company was no longer in the hands of the fishers. We are continuing again, period from 2005 to 2009, the fishing permits. Legal correspondence dated 2009 from the two law firms inquired the Cape Town Harbour Fishermen's Trust permits, whether they still exist. Even if the permits were revoked during the fisheries policy discussion before the new 1998 Act was published, the department failed to provide a response. NPA lost the DDI report. It is important for the Fisheries Portfolio Committee to consider this presentation, as point 15 of the submission illustrates carelessness and ignorance resulted from the senior government officials. Thereafter, 2008 DDI report and recommendations were issued because there is no consequent management and their employment positions remain safe. Here we deal with 3,600 members, including their immediate families. Fishers delegation decided to stand up on 22 June 2009 by submitting a document requested Neil Oliver of the NPA to conduct investigation into the conduct of the vote volatile as stated in the 2008 findings and recommendations of the report. Oliver was not concerned and did not act until we gave up. Colleagues said we have to change a direction. Then in 2010, we approached the senior state prosecutor advocate, Lucille Mkan, who promised everything and issued investigation reference number for the continuation of investigation. From 15 June 2010 to August 2014, Mkani was not available until the public protector investigator cornered her in our presence. Mkani emphasized that she did not receive the 2008 DDI report and never met Katikati before. Indeed, the above officials did not observe the state protocols, but the initial responsible NPA official received 2008 DDI report from Cypro is Advocate Kleinis Breitenbach. Breitenbach failed to respond to the public protector report as the vote volatile is still a free man. Advocate Breitenbach serves in the Justice Portfolio Committee. She misled Office of the Public Protector, one of the Chapter 9 institutions pillars. Since the year 2016, the Public Protector was waiting for a response from Breitenbach. Why the government officials and members for parliament cannot be summoned for accountability. Any action taken as a disciplinary measure should not only circulate in parliament, but also reach the victims. Failure of the parliament. Department of Sea Fisheries officials frustrated fishers, and that is what led us to write a letter to the DAF minister requested intervention and legal assistance. In July 2020, Minister Tina Joemat-Pettersson avoided a meeting with fishers by all means. That was not her first ignorance. Joemat-Pettersson, on her response, referred our request to her Director General, Peter Tabete. In turn, the DG referred the matter back to square one to the same officials we complained against. In fact, we already submitted a request to Neil Oliver in 2009 for implementation of the 2008 DDI report recommendations. Not that fishers did not know whom to talk to in terms of taking the matter forward. Mandy Sinjoli, advisor to the fishers at the time, said, "Do not worry, someone will connect us with the Fisheries Portfolio Committee Chairperson, Mlungisi Lulu Johnson. Anyway, the minister is powerless." Finally, a meeting was arranged with Lulu Johnson, whom by all efforts was willing to resolve fishers' grievances. However, his officials were stagnant and opposed instructions from Johnson soon after the meetings. At last, a meeting was held with the Department of Fisheries on 2 December 2011. Due to absence of both Johnson and Dennis Fredericks, fishers' representatives were not comfortable. Both sea fisheries officials, Sasa Piha and Lizelle Sahari, gave us a surety that whatever was agreed upon in the meeting was valid. Then a challenge was non-implementation of 2 December 2011 agreement. When we reported to the members, fishers won the leadership. As a backup, we shall destructively hijack the sea fisheries building for the second time. Leadership had to calm the scene by stating that Johnson had an open door policy. Johnson ensured the leadership that there is no way to continue constantly be frustrated by the officials. He made an arrangement to meet the fisheries minister. By invitation on 15 February 2012, we attended a meeting in Parliament. Present was the Minister, Joemat-Pettersson, Lulu Johnson, Sea Fisheries official, Sasapiha, Fishers delegation, and the so-called ANC study group. From the beginning, the minister stated that officials are duty-bound to address fishers' grievances. Further, she emphasized legal assistance needs to be part of officials' discussion to ensure that law enforcement agencies start doing their job. And Joemat-Pettersson did not have interim relief for the fishers. Minister and ANC study groups lost their direction by referring fishers back to square one. That was a reckless mistake. Question is, on how many times were we directed back to the same officials? How did Jomat Peterson and study group accepted the undated and not signed report from Sasapiha? We also find a meeting situation was so strange, whereas some of the study group members had music headphones on. Others were scrolling on their cell phones, while some were snoring. Indeed, afterwards, Jim Hwai said Parliament is place for safety and honeymoon. At the end of the meeting, Lulu Johnson gave up by telling representatives that mine was to ensure that the minister and ANC study group got an opportunity to hear from the fishers. And I am not pleased by outcome of this meeting. That was the end of the road. The comrades promised me that Jomat Peterson will pay a heavy price for arrogance and waste of time. Then on further consultation, Johnson was no longer interested.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Hello?
Sorry, Chair, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Honorable Bryant. Please proceed.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt the presenter. I just want to quickly just raise two issues, if possible. The first is, I see if one's scrolling down on the side in terms of this presentation, we're only about halfway through. So I think it's probably going to be another at least 20, 25 minutes of the presentation itself. That's the first concern. The second one, there seem to be many quite serious allegations that are being made against individuals throughout the presentation. Obviously, these are quite untested allegations against all sorts of different individuals. My only concern is whether or not this information should rather be submitted directly for investigation as opposed to us discussing it, because I think it might be a bit difficult for us to discuss the merits of what's being presented. But I just want to raise that with you, Chair, and get your thoughts on that of the committee as to how we proceed.
I hear you. I hear you, Honorable Ryan. Please hold on, Mr. Katikati. Honorable members, there is a view from Honorable Bryant. Honorable Singh.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I agree with Honorable Bryant. In the beginning, I think the presenter said there was no presentation available, but now we see something that's been shared. It would have been appropriate if we had that, in advance, so we could have gone through it and advised how we deal with it. But we're halfway through it now. Perhaps the presenter needs to summarize the rest and place this on record before our committee, and then we will decide how we take the matter forward by consulting with the presenter and anybody else that we would need to. But I don't think it'll be fair for us to have a discussion on the content, as Honorable Bryant said. But like I say, he can summarize the rest and table it for consideration by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Paulsen, good morning and welcome.
Good morning and good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, Mr. Katikati. Chairperson, I think, we've seen the pains of small-scale fishers and indigenous subsistence, traditional fishers. And this is the treatment they've been getting all along for 30 years. Summarize it, cut it short, and the presenter says there, people were listening to music on the earphones, people were scrolling through. I'm interested in hearing, and it's just a pity, Chairperson, that we cannot have a physical meeting, because I think we owe it to this community of fishers. I would be, this is the parliament of people. This is not the parliament of members of political parties. This is the parliament of people like Mr. Katikati. And he should be given fair hearing. To tell him to summarize, to cut short, and things are like this, he must feel free to speak here. We cannot now go and rub salt in the wounds of fishermen. They've suffered enough. We now want to subject them now to cut short and summarize and do it some other time or do it on another platform. It's ridiculous. I want to hear what Mr. Katikati is saying, because I've been saying this all along. And all we get from this Department of Fisheries is denial. Denial. I want to hear. Thank you.
Honorable Mbata.
Chair, it's a pity that Mr. Katikati never gave us his presentation, because really we are seeing it for the first time and it's difficult to follow it. And I've realized that it's like he's got other people that he's speaking with when he's presenting, and they sometimes disturb him. The allegations that Honorable Bryant is talking about, if you look at them, they are very old. We can't. I mean, let's discuss this after this presentation, because we need to look at the reports that have been mentioned here that we don't have. We need to have the full information and look at those departments, because he has mentioned lots of departments in his presentation, and some of these people, some of them are no longer alive that he has mentioned here. So we cannot say before he could finish, then we refer this for investigation, whereas we know that some of the people are no longer on earth and we don't have full information. Let's discuss it after this, but I would prefer that because he's reading it sentence by sentence. If you know this thing and it has been happening for 30 years, it's easy for you to tell from your own heart without reading and tell us exactly what you want us to know. Then leave us with this presentation where we will look at it, we'll read it and then look at it and to the best interest of everyone. But I'm saying that we can't just refer for investigation when we don't have all the whole information, because there are reports that is mentioning that we don't have. Peter Mukaba is no longer here. Joe Matt is no longer here, and the others are no longer part of the parliament. That's my submission, Chair. But I would prefer that he must talk from his heart and give us the last part of what really has happened. Then we'll read this thing afterwards. Thank you.
Honorable Weber.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think we need to make it clear that I think the whole committee is really interested in what this man has to say. I think we all feel the pain and what they have been going through. I just think that this originally was not on the agenda, but it is there, and I'm agreeing that we need to go through this thoroughly, not seeing this the first time and respond immediately. But to make it very clear that we do need to hear this, and we do need to get all the reports and everything before we can actually really make suggestions or make a decision or anything. And the second thing is I just want to make it clear is that we didn't want to stop this presentation, but if the gentleman can, if we proceed with this, not accuse anyone, but just say this person has said this and this person has said it, and not put their own opinions to what they had to say. But that's my 2 cents to this. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kanjo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to everyone in the meeting. Chair, I think I am covered by Honorable Umbata, because I also share the same sentiments with regards to us not getting presentation on time. We're only seeing it now whilst it is flighted, and we have not went through it. Let us allow him to just give us a summary of this presentation. Let's allow him to finish, and then we interact with the presentation after. Thank you, Chair.
Chileka, do you have this presentation?
I do, Chair. It's on our WhatsApp group.
Okay. Mr. Kadikati, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much to the members of the committee for their comments and concerns. I will do as I was asked, just to summarize.
Well, I have never said you must summarize, Mr. Kadikati.
Okay. That was then Lulu Johnson gave up by telling us that we need to go and petition at the coming World Environmental Conference, which was to be held in Gauteng. During his strategic planning, Jim Hwai came up with alternative idea to lodge a complaint with the Western Cape Office of the Public Protector against DDI, NPA, and DAF. That was submitted in December 2012. On a fallacy that during a follow-up meeting at the Sea Fisheries to lay charges with the NPA in line with the DDI report, our expectation was for the Sea Fisheries advocate Noxolo Mbangeni and advocate Magwacha of the NPA to ensure a focus on implementation of the report. Not for the victims to go and hunt the culprits. We make a reference to point 16 and of the submission to get detailed issues of the matter. 2012 meeting in Parliament on now the system has just skipped. The DDI. During the 2013 meeting update from the Western Cape Public Protector Provincial Representative Advocate Sune Gresel, she complained about staff shortage and lack of resources, which were delaying office progress. Then our advice to Gresel was to help her by engaging each government department. Then 2013 became the year of action. The first meeting was held on 22 July 2013 with the DDI Minister Rob Davis, who felt disappointed by his officials who created mistakes with a cost. He understood Fisher's frustrations by committing himself to follow up with the Hawks NPA as recommended by the report, to assist in reviving of SACFC cooperatives with incentives to invest in the fishing infrastructure, to speak to the DAF to allocate long-term fishing rights for SACFC since staff had January 2014 plan for long-term fishing rights allocation. Rob Davies agreed for training for compliance and business development for the fishers at large. Later on, Davies denied the agreement because he was besieged by DDI employees who dictated the office scheduled plans. Should Davies have other reasons for his defense, let him respond, because in the 2016 Public Protector Provisional Report Remedial Action, this agreement is binding. The DAF, we met the DAF Director General Edith Fries on 27 December 2013, and that is a cornerstone, and all points of its contents are fundamental. Just for a moment, take point 3, 4, 5, and 7 of the minutes. If the deceased fishers at sea are not packed in the freezer responsible to pack fish, why the families of the deceased do not get death certificates, and how the corpse is brought to the shore. Both departments, Health and Home Affairs, how do they fail to be part of a process? What is the role of the police in these matters? Since the 90s to December 2011, 2012 meeting in Parliament, 31st December 2013 Memorandum of Grievances, and 15 March 2019 Public Protector closing letter, a national summit and commission of inquiry were proposed. Now, to sort out such human rights violation, the Parliamentary Fisheries Portfolio Committee has an obligation to implement these agreements. That will be a process for speeding up implementation of resolutions and memorandum of grievances, which was also witnessed by Edith Fries on the last 2 paragraphs of her email dated 13 January 2014. Affidavits. The widows and orphans affidavits are loud enough to warn Parliament. Department of Sea Fisheries to reassess and realize that constitutionally, Parliament has failed. The Department of Sea Fisheries is a bridge between this institution and the public. When the department fails to perform up to acceptable standards, so justifiable and rightfully, people will come and complain in Parliament. Unfortunately, the committee remains on upper level and afraid of the constituency. Some of those affidavits are dated 2013, and among widows, you will find Alice Klagetwan, who lost her partner in 1991 on the coast of Mozambique. On claiming financial benefits, she was informed owner of the business is overseas resident, while Home Affairs cannot issue a death certificate because according to their records, the man is still alive. To rub salt on the wound, the family was instructed not to open a coffin as the corpse was badly damaged. Question is, damaged by what? On her affidavit, Danielle Reiters states that on 22 July 2003, there was a collision of the boats at sea. All members of the deceased crew were not found. Her father, John Tami Mahluli, was part of the crew. That is a reason a death certificate is not available. And Nora Mbilini's affidavit dated 29 January 2014, to name a few. Her husband, Tubeni Nkomo, passed on in 2003 after he got sick in 2002 while on a boat called Skipness, working there since 1963. Como was diagnosed with TB and pneumonia simultaneously in 2002 and died in April 2003. When reported this matter, boat owner refused to give Nora anything for medication, let alone a death of her husband. It is important to note that we approached the department in different occasions to request access to information for the fishers, whom sometimes do not even know that employers take their IDs to approach the department for fishing rights application. In such fishing partnerships, why fishers cannot get access to financial records? Department kept on claiming that information is confidential, as already indicated in Fisher's summarized list of grievances. Employer has an obligation to pay for the fisher's health inspection because there are no official deductions as per the Department of Employment and Labor regulations. We beg the department to consider the fact that most of fishers are victims of TB and pneumonia, which is highlighted on the SACFH paid deceased members' cause of death. The 7 October 2016 Public Protector Provisional Report. The Western Cape Office delayed investigation process. This report is a pillar contained facts in its remedial action, which instructed the DAF to consult the complainants in 14 days to make a decision about SACFC fishing rights. There is no other report with authenticity, whereas in 2018 and 2019, Advocate Bosiswe Mkhwebane converted it. Period 2017 to 2024. In 2014, Brigadier Neil Oliver of the NPA, who disappeared since 2009, we found Oliver, commanding officer of the SAPS DPCI at the provincial office in Bellville. He was shocked and denied to have met Katikati in the past. One of Oliver's investigating officers, Colonel Mbeki, did not know where to start with the 2008 DTI report. Western Cape Public Protector closing letter. Without wasting time, we cannot again repeat this matter by long explanation, as it is highlighted on point 1 of the evidence analysis and chronological events document submitted in 2023. Advocate Sunay Grisel, head of the Western Cape Public Protector Office, always defended the DAF for 4 years from 2015 to 2019 by saying the department is compiling a response with evidence. However, on 25 February 2019, a date of the hearing, the DAF DDG, Spoka Zindutane, attended without a one-page document or evidence. We needed investigation progress report. Should you peruse the 6 February 2019 Katikati and others email from Advocate Sunay Grisel, the last 3 paragraphs. Then on 4 March 2019, we forwarded our dissatisfaction assessment of the Western Cape Office of the Public Protector to Advocate Bosiswe Mkhwebane. She did not respond. Efforts to review the 2019 Public Protector closing report. On her preliminary report, Advocate Tulima Tonsela Public Protector Provisional Report Remedial Action dated 7 October 2016. On page 69, made an instruction for a final report to be concluded in 6 months. From 2016 to 2019, Public Protector Mkhwebane unfairly delayed a conclusion of the investigation without apparent reasons, and our constant inquiry efforts did not bear fruits until we requested the National Assembly Speaker to intervene. Due to the government ineffective communication system, the Public Protector Executive Manager Advocate CH4 was fumbling in 2019 and ultimately convinced by the Speaker, if you will peruse the Katikati Matters email from Advocate Fori. Mkhwebane converted the 2016 Madonsela authentic investigation by changing a heading of the report. She focused on defending the DTI without investigating the NPA and DAF implicated in the original investigation. It is a matter of interest to notice that Mkhwebane, in her report, did not oppose the 2016 Madonsela Provisional Report remedial action, in particular findings against NPA and DAF. Our understanding is that the 2016 Madonsela ruling is still valid. Indeed, we did not fold arms. Subsequently, we knocked everywhere for a grace to get legal assistance. I can categorically state that the South African constitutionality for a provision of the legal assistance for the poor is questionable, and Parliament too is sitting on top of the Table Mountain in that regard. Further, on our efforts to seek legal assistance are orderly listed in the delayed judicial review document. Even after 2019, beside a frustration, through our collective efforts, in January 2022, the Legal Practice Council, LPC, referred complainants on a pro bono basis to the Aubrey and Cohen Incorporation for a legal assistance. We forwarded all the relevant documented evidence to challenge the 2019 Public Protector closing report in the High Court. In June 2022, the law firm DAC stated that they did not see prospect of a successful outcome in this SACFC matter. Although we requested a report, DAC failed to provide their withdrawal legal assistance representation on record. Then we requested the LPC for a provision of the DAC report. Currently, the only challenge with the LPC is a lack of communication since 2023. Appeal to the President. By the year 2022, all efforts failed. On 30 August 2022, our strategy was to beg attention of the Honorable SA President Ramaphosa to assist to resolve these matters. We received an acknowledgement receipt for our request via technological correspondence from the Office of the President. Our disappointment with sadness, from August 2022 up to date, we are still waiting for the presidential invitation or his resolutions. Big established companies, their strategy is based on hiring boat owners and small companies to harvest their fishing rights, and the whole industry has problems of employment on the boats. They hide behind that. Better is to use existing infrastructure as marine resources are limited. At the end of the day, big companies stand at a distance by claiming innocence in terms of the employment rights and employees' benefits. So we can be able to detect reality of the situation by establishing government-authorized investigation. Small-scale fisheries. The current small-scale setup to assist fishers is not enough compared to the high inflation, in particular after the catastrophic COVID-19 and Russia-Ukrainian war, and we need also to consider unemployment rate. These fishers do not have infrastructure while decide to group themselves to approach the boat owner for harvesting and do not have reliable, viable market most of the time. Furthermore, there is always a middleman represents the seller and at times without his or her input on decision making. Current allocation on small scale push fishers to the merciless financial loan sharks. The question is who has been recognized by the department and those who do not qualify? What is the criteria? According to the United Nations on Hunger, Peace, Dignity, and Equality, every man, woman, and child has a right to be free from hunger and malnutrition in order to develop their physical and mental faculties. Conclusion. Again, our gratitude is conveyed to the UDM for effective arrangement and you, the honorable members, for sacrificing your time in order to pay attention to these matters. I realize your busiest schedule and I have concerns about time frame for a progress delivery. And there is a necessity for Parliament to improve the government communication with the public. If you will reassess and shape the South African coastline among the list submitted to the committee. Essential with urgency is implementation of the 17 November 2023 Fishers List of Grievances. National Fisheries Committee, Commission of Inquiry. Commission of Inquiry based on 2012 meeting in Parliament, point 243.
Okay, are you done, Mr. Katikati?
Stopped. I think I have one more paragraph.
Yeah, but now you really need to summarize.
Yes, yes, Chair. I will do so. I'm trying to get on a process again, but now I can only see your face on my system. So therefore, let me stop there by saying, the Honorable Chair, thanks very much for this opportunity. And the most important question is, we know the Sea Fisheries Department's procrastination culture. So therefore, what will be a progress in terms of taking fishers matters forward in the next coming 3 months? That is all I can say. And also I request your assistance for a progress report from the Legal Practice Council, as stated above. Thank you very much, and thanks to the honorable members of the committee.
Are you able to switch on your video, Mr. Katikati? Mr. Katikati?
Can you see the face now?
No.
I'll switch on the video.
Yeah, but the person who has been speaking is not this one.
Yeah, I can see your face. I'm not sure if you can see mine.
But I can't see yours. Okay, let's proceed. Honorable members, may I invite you to engage the presentation of Mr. Katikati? Honorable members, by sign of hands, please let's engage. Honorable Paulsen, you'll be followed by Honorable Mbata, followed by Honorable Winkler, followed by Honorable Dlamini, followed by Honorable Nkunu, and then Honorable Gancho. Honorable Paulsen.
Thank you very much, and good morning once again, Chairperson, and thank you, Mr. Katikati. I just want to know, in terms of your organization, how many members do you represent? And because your grievances are very similar to grievances heard from all other small-scale indigenous subsistence fishers, and we mustn't. And what I want to advise you, we mustn't fight this thing all in our own corners. That we should unite, because the Department of Fisheries and the treatment of fishermen, especially small-scale, has been atrocious. And I can guarantee you the next government of the EFF will make sweeping changes in that department. Be that as it may, I'd like to know, what responses have you gotten from the department itself, the DG of the department? Have you raised issues with them directly? Have they responded to you, and what were their responses like? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Katikati. Although somehow I couldn't follow up on the years, because you keep on while going forward and you will go back. But anyway, what I've picked up is that there's a lot of departments that are involved here. There's the public prosecutor, there's DTI, there's NPA, there's DFF, there's Home Affairs, there's Labor Department, of which we don't have their reports on pertaining these issues. And then also what I've realized, I want to know on all these different departments, excuse me, do we have their reports handy? because we're supposed to get your presentation plus their responses, like you, in some instances you were quoting the years and the months and the dates. Do you have their reports? Because if I look at all these things, some of the issues cannot be responded to by the Department of Forestry and Fisheries. It belongs to other people, to other departments. And also on the issues of the widows or the deceased that died while on the sea outside the country, you didn't tell us whether they had proper immunization before they went to different countries, because by law, if you're supposed to move from one country to another country, they look at the common diseases that are there, and you must have an immunization and thereafter an immunization certificate that you take with in your position to show that you've taken the responsibility to immunize yourselves against any diseases that may occur outside the country while you are on duty. The other question is that these people were working for certain companies. We don't have any reports from those companies. I know I can't remember whether you've mentioned the name of the companies, but we don't have the reports also from those companies to say, yes, indeed, these people were working with us. These are the things that we have done, because they have a responsibility to do. Firstly, I will mention the OHS Act, which says before, when you employ somebody, you must have a medical examination and test prior to employ this person, especially in the working environment like this one. Then after, there must be a continuous, and then on the exit, there must be the final report. And those reports helps in the investigations a lot to check whether this person came in with tuberculosis or not, or this person got pneumonia and tuberculosis based on the working conditions while working in this company. This is what he acquired as part of the health hazard. Then the employer also needs to take the responsibility, but we don't have all those reports. And my worry is that in your report, there's so many people, ministers, deputy ministers, DGs, and so forth, that have been mentioned here, and we don't have any response from them. I would prefer that we get all responses from different I will call them stakeholders, because they were part and parcel of this. We must have a written response from all these stakeholders, because somewhere, somehow, yes, environmental management cuts across all the departments, but in some cases, the issues needs to be handled by different departments in order for people to achieve what they want to achieve, especially the Home Affairs. They are the ones who deals with the issue of the death certificate. And they have procedures if a person has died outside the country that they need to have in order for the person to be registered as a deceased within the RSA Home Affairs database. And Labor Department gets in on the issue of labor issues, unfair treatment within the working environment and everything. We don't have such reports. And I know you are saying we need 3 months, And I don't think the 3 months will be fair to us because all these departments and other stakeholders needs to give us a report before we can take any conclusion on this matter. Unfortunate part of it is that some of the people are no longer with us on earth. May their souls rest in peace. But hoping that those who work with them will, during those times, will give us the report. Remember, we still have to go back up to 1994 because you are saying it's a 30 years of the struggle. We have to get all the information in our possession and get the other departments and other portfolio committees to give that after also engaging with such a report, give us a feedback on to say this is how far we have gone with the investigation or the previous reports pertaining this. It will need a lot of time. I think 3 months is a very short time. I will stop there for now, but there are recommendations and other documents that you have mentioned that we don't have in our position. Thank you. We'll request that from you also. Thank you.
Honorable Winkler.
Thank you to Chair, and thank you to Mr. Kati. That was quite an exhaustive blow-by-blow account of the experiences that you have had, I think, as small-scale fishers. And I do think it needs to be given the due attention that the other speakers, like my colleagues, Honorable Weber and Bryant, have mentioned. But what I'd like to know from your side is what would you like to see us do, I think, as an immediate action step as the Portfolio Committee? Because there were numerous issues that you had raised, numerous challenges. But how can we, within the purview of the Committee on Environmental Affairs, how can we assist you? If you could maybe just detail what the sort of immediate thing we could do to offer some kind of assistance and relief, I think that would help us go a long way in sort of just deconstructing what it is we can do and whom we have to involve, but within our purview, what it is that we can help you with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Winkler. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chair. And I must thank Mr. Kati for the presentation that he has done. It opened up a lot of things. Unfortunately, the problem or the challenge that we'll have is that now, as Honorable Mbata had said so, it cut across to a lot of departments. Therefore, we'll not be able to give Mr. Kati justice enough if at all we would like to respond to all the things that he had raised. My suggestion will be, Chair, is that it will be better that now we should be able to break down all the things that have been said around here. Then now we're able to dissect them to each and every department and try to find out exactly when they were engaging, what came out on those matters and what is supposed to be able to be done. Because now it might be able to take longer than what Mr. Kati wants, the question of 3 months. But now let's try to appreciate the things that he had said to us and make sure that now at least we're able now to come back and say, these are the things that are happening. Therefore, this is how actually we can be able to deal with it. Because once we can start to answer each and everything that has been said, we might not be able to give a proper justice. My suggestion, Chair, Honorable Chair, is that now let's break it down. Let's make sure that each and every department get what is supposed to be given, then and come out clearly with a proper answer that now can be able to satisfy not only Mr. Kati, but now the whole South African citizen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. Honorable Mkunu, it's your chance.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to Mr. Kati, and thank you for the presentation. Chair, I think my colleagues have taken the point that I was going to raise, that the whole presentation, although we don't have it with us, but when you listen to it, you could hear a lot of departments that are involved in this whole issue, which is going to take time for us, because as a portfolio committee, when you talk about issuing debt certificates, it's no longer our part. That one should be dealt with by the portfolio committee of Home Affairs, and they must also have investigated all these matters, so that at least, because we have got the Department of Police here, they were involved in the boat and in the I listened to one case where it was said the family was given the body, but they were told not to open it. So all those matters, they don't belong to us as the portfolio committee of forestry, fisheries, and environment. Yes, we sympathize with the small scale fisheries. We sympathize with, we know and understand sometimes there are problems, but in this case, we need to tackle only those issues that are that belongs to us as a portfolio committee and the department. And moreover, if we are going to succeed in these issues, even the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, I think we will need more time to investigate whatever happened in the past, as it involves a lot of people that are being alleged to have done what, done two, done three, done four. So we really need time to deal with that matter. Chair, Honorable Mbata asked about the companies that employed these fishermen of who maybe all of sometimes the report is saying they died, they had that and that. But my problem here is, if Mr. Katikati is presenting here, we don't get what is the response from those companies, because if I am employed by there was a person who owns Skinless Boat, it must be a company, that one. There should have been an agreement. What was the agreement when I was first employed? What happened thereafter? So I think we need a lot of this information. And the issue of the boats, and I know there is an organization called SAMSA, which should also be involved in these cases where we talk about the boat owners and the operation of the boats and all that. So they also need to be part of the whole investigation, and we need their report also. What is it that they investigated? What are their findings, if they ever made any findings and made any report, so that when we deal with the matter, we deal with the matter comprehensively, without leaving any loophole and anyone behind. So it is important that we refer we separate these items, and we refer them to different sections, different departments, different entities, and that report that will come back will be then the report that we will then be tabled in this portfolio committee for discussions, for further engagement, and for further interrogation, so that we have something that is really complete and comprehensive before we can even say this is what we are doing. So I'll also plead with Mr. Katikati that giving us a time frame is not going to assist, because we are not going to be able to do justice on this matter. And the other portfolio committee that needs to be convened also and get the same report. And I hope we are going to get the report in writing, detailed as it was presented by Mr. Katikati, so that as we move forward, we are able to read it, we are able to converse with it as members of the portfolio committee before we can even take it to the other portfolio committee members. Other portfolio committee committees and also other entities that are involved in the whole matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ganjo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings once again to the members and the stakeholders that are in the meeting. Chair, let me also follow suit and appreciate the presentation by Mr. Katikati. I think, Chair, my colleagues have raised the issues that I wanted to raise. I'm covered by Honorable Winkler when he asked Mr. Katikati, what is it that he wants us as the portfolio committee to assist him on, or the department in particular, because he needs to be specific insofar as the portfolio committee on forestry, fisheries and environment is concerned. Secondly, Chair, we understand the plight of fishermen, and we will never turn a blind eye on the critical issues that they are raising as this caring government. So I want to diffuse the issue that we might not be caring or not be giving attention to. The fact that we have allowed Mr. Katikati to do the presentation in this portfolio committee means a lot. And my colleagues have already mentioned that this presentation is cutting across almost all departments, and we will really need time to do our own investigation and also allow other departments, because we cannot respond on behalf of other departments. Mr. Katikati will have to bear with us and give us more time. This time frame that he has given us, I don't think it is really fair to us. The worst part of it, we only received the presentation now as the meeting was continuing. It's really not fair. We will also see what is the department is going to say about the issues that relates to them, and move as the committee is suggested that we need to be given more time. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Ganjo. Honorable Singh.
Chair, I may have to pass. There's some construction work here, and I think it'll be causing a disturbance. Okay, I see they've stopped. But very quickly, Chair, I think these are very legitimate concerns that have been raised by the group of fishers. But I think the elephant in the room is, whilst we may want to do our best to try and attend to these problems, colleagues have said some of them outside our department, but what's within the purview of our department, we must get them to try and respond in due course, and then also approach other departments. But the elephant in the room is not through us, but President Ramaphosa has declared an election on the 29th of May. We just approved a agenda for ourselves, ending our last meeting on the 26th of March. So I think we have to be quite realistic that this is not going to get a response before we rise on the 26th of March. But we must do as much as we can to accelerate this process from within our own department and other relevant departments, which the researchers will identify. And if we see how we go, and by the 26th of March, perhaps it must be part of our legacy report. for the new committee to take up when they are constituted. Because I think we need to be honest and realistic. 3 months from now takes us to May, and really after March, we are not sitting as a committee. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Singh. DG?
DM is here. DM is here.
DM, please come in.
Thank you very much. Shaikaro Lebezikin Nadi Khanna. DG number 2.
Sorry, DM.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and also thanks to the presenter, Mr. Katikati. Yes, Chair, I'm not going to repeat what has been said by most of the honorable members with regard to this presentation. Of course, we are not in a position to respond to those issues and allegations that affect our then department. Although I'm not sure because it is referred to as the Department of Sea and Fisheries, of Department of Fisheries and Sea, something like that. But because it has something to do with fisheries, then we will then try and come up with an investigation after we had gone through the report. Because the unfortunate part is that I'm just told that we received the report yesterday night, and it's a very long presentation, as you could see. So there was no time for us then to go through it and select those issues that affect us as a department. And also to agree with Honorable Singh, it's obvious that looking at the remaining time before our elections and 29th May, it won't be able for us then to respond to those questions within 3 months, or to come up with the investigation within the remaining 2 months or 3 months. We will then wait and hear from Mr. Katikati, maybe after I have spoken, Chair, as guided by yourself, on how should we then assist as a department. But for now, in order for us then to be fair to the presentation, we need to investigate and also respond in a written form to yourself for Mr. Katikati. But I agree with other members of parliament that the issues that has to do with other departments, sister departments, I'm sure that he will then liaise with those departments in trying then to hear from the side of their story. But I'm not sure whether he did already meet with those the department. But of course, we are happy that he highlighted us with what has happened previously. We are indeed in a position of investigating, and then we'll then respond accordingly, but not today, because this is new to us as a department. None of us was here during that time. As you could hear, that it starts from 1994. Therefore, we'll have then to go back and find out under which department was for fisheries, because fisheries was never standalone since 1994. It was always with other departments. We'll have also to go and do our research so that we can respond to Mr. Katikati. Thank you very much, Mdula Stulo Kialebo.
Kilibuila Hulu, DM. Mr. Katikati. Mr. Katikati Unsoliting, are you still around? Mr. Katikati, are you still around? Shilega, is Mr. Katikati still around?
Yes, sir. Available. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Yes, Chair.
Did you hear the summary of the responses from or questions from members of parliament?
definitely I am ready to respond.
Sorry.
Can I go on?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. First and foremost, it is important for us to understand that we made a proposal in 2023 to the Parliamentary Fisheries Committee, which did not respond to our correspondence or request until the UDM intervened, and also the office of the Speaker of the Parliament had to convince the committee to open a door for the fishers to make this presentation. The second issue is that you are sitting with the enemy within your house, because Sea Fisheries official Sasa Piha knows exactly what happened in the past. I will read a document, just one paragraph, whereby he submitted it in the 2012 meeting in Parliament. 2.5 paragraph of the 2012 meeting in Parliament. A brief meeting was held on 15 February 2012 between select members of the cooperatives department and ANC Parliamentary Portfolio Study Group on Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, with an objective following up on matters relating to the cooperatives. The selected members of the Cape Town Harbour Fishers Cooperatives have expressed concern on the department's failure to provide the required assistance on fraud allegations they have presented. Due to the complexity and the nature of this matter, it was agreed that prior to deliberating the details of the matter, the department should consolidate and present to the committee all catch information of the cooperatives, estimated value of the catches for the duration of the rights. Now, moving quickly to point 4 of the same document. Now, these are recommendations which were made. It is recommended that the study group take a note of the attached catch and permit information presented. Take a note of the DDI report and recommendations included therein. Honorable Chair, what is more important here is that the very same portfolio committee in 2012 just disappeared. They did not come back to us until today. That is why we do not have confidence that the portfolio committee is in a position to trust themselves to be able to assist the fishers. And also, what is more important is that Sasa Pia of the fisheries, if you can take a document dated 7 February 1995, that was the stakeholders meeting of various departments and fishers, whereby the very same Department of Fisheries did not implement those agreements. That is how we landed into Parliament, because the fisheries officials are not prepared to listen to anyone. That is why Mlungisi Lulu Johnson said to us, I'm giving up now, because the officials are not prepared to listen. I will refer these matters to the minister and ANC study group, but the very minister and the study group also failed. Where is their response from 2012 to the fishers up to 2024? So the point I'm coming to is so simple that the so-called allegations I have made today, I'm very glad that we have documents and evidence to support our statement. And I will also read the email dated 13 January 2014. This is Sasa Piha writing to us. We are busy working on the following up issues and recommendations need to be prepared for the DDG and the Director General. Now, tell me, since that email, Sasa Piha was not available. He vanished, if I can put it that way. So, in other words, if you want to track back these matters speedily, I'm not trying to force the matters, but it would be much more important for one of the fishers to come to your office and identify exactly that this is how you tackle this matter. This is what happened in 94. This is what happened in 95. Who was involved? Who was implicated? Then you will have an easy road on dealing with this matter. That is why in my presentation at the bottom, there was a question of why the committee cannot appoint the independent arbitrator, because we do not know whom to trust. And once you don't trust your own parliament in your own country, then you have to question yourself if the country is in the safe hands of the leaders who were voted to represent the people. Also, what is more important, there was a question which was raised. We never received any kind of assistance from the department. That is why in 2013, Rob Davis made empty promises. The cooperatives had 3,600 members around the coastline, from the west coast to the east coast. So there were no sponsors. Then after there was an allocation in 1998 for the company of the fishers, we had to find ourselves the joint venture partners, because we avoided the banks. Therefore, we had to find our own way. That is why my presentation also stated that the government is not prepared to observe the status quo by giving empowerment on paper without tools. Most of the time, there is no positive outcome. That is why so many projects are falling down, because there needs to be an implementation, incentives, assistance, and also a follow-up. Because sometimes even if then the government resources are being wasted, you don't find a follow-up from the government. So that is the reason I am saying that the issue of deceased ministers is not a problem, because the same office is still existing, whoever is there. One example, Rob Davis is no longer the minister, but the sitting minister should be in a position to respond to the agreements which were made by Rob Davis. What I'm saying is that even if Glynis Bradenbach is no longer with the NPA, but then the NPA itself should come forward and explain what happened and who should take a responsibility. Yes, I know that Bradenbach is the current member of the Justice Committee, but what I'm saying is that if the government institutions are still existing, then the issue of deceased ministers is not a problem. Also, there was a question about where did we go?
Mr. Katikati,
Hello, sir.
uzawugqiba ngoku?
Ndizawugqiba ngoku, sir. Just to round up. The issue of immunization certificates. Let us remember one thing. These people, these fishers, are not employed in terms of employment and labor regulations. All I'm trying to say is that you find sometimes that there are not even deductions because we do not have a home. If you go to Department of Labor, they say that no, why do you come to us? If you go to the Department of Transport in the harbor, port captain said that it's not my responsibility. So all I'm saying is that if you look at the 7 February 1995 minutes, when stakeholders were gathered together, then we can have a direction. The very last issue is the very same fishers which were ignored. You will not be able to get a proper direction in terms of following these companies because these companies are defended by the Department of Fisheries. That is a reason when we say that some of our members have the fishing partners with these companies, and some of them, they claim that I did not sign anything, but the skipper of the boat or the owner of the company somehow said we must bring forward our identification documents. And then those IDs land up with the fishing partnerships application in the Department of Fisheries. Then if you can be able to get the corruption in the Department of Fisheries, that is why time and again we said that there needs to be implementation for a commission of inquiry to investigate the fishing industry, including your own Department of Fisheries. I'm just trying to say, I don't want to waste your time, but all I can say is that if you engage us, then we will be in a position that is why we said to Advocate Sunay Grisel in 2013, if you are staff shortage, then we will engage each department. Then we went to Rob Davis, we went to Edith Fries, and time and again, we reached agreements with them. But today, all of them, they know nothing which was resolved by us and themselves. Thank you. Are you available, sir? I've done, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Katikati. You please switch off your mic. You can also switch your video off, Mr. Katikati. Bakhona abantu abagqithayo apho. Inoba ngabo abakuphazamisayo okanye, or they are the ones who are giving you wrong information about this committee, and it must be corrected. And you keep thinking the UDM. This presentation here was not approved because of the UDM. And we don't succumb to pressure from anyone. When we approved your being here, was not because of the UDM. I don't know why you're thinking the UDM. But also do not use this portfolio committee to campaign. When we give you an opportunity, we are not inviting you as a politician. We are inviting you because we want you to assist the committee to help the fisheries community and the small-scale fisheries in general, not politics. Now, there are a number of allegations that you have also made. People snoring in meetings, so-called study groups, people scrolling.
Order, Chairperson. Chairperson, we can't. No, Chairperson. No, this is not acceptable that you do that. It's someone who does a presentation to the committee.
Honorable Paulsen, I gave you an opportunity to engage the presentation. I gave all honorable members an opportunity to engage the presentation and the presenter. Now we are making a summary and a ruling and a way forward. And I don't understand what is the order about, Honorable Paulsen. What is the order, Honorable Paulsen? Exactly where are you calling the order?
Chairperson, we invited him to do a presentation. We can't now admonish him because of the contents of his presentation, and that makes us feel uncomfortable because he's highlighting his own experiences. These are his lived experiences. We can't tell him he can't express these experiences to us. And the fact that he highlights that members of the ANC were sleeping, of the study group was sleeping, listening to the...
Honorable person is out of order now.
How is out of order?
You are out of order. You are
The
also
chairperson admonishes the guy who comes and do presentation.
No. We are not going to allow you to do that. You are out of order. Allow the chairperson to continue.
This is why this portfolio, this
you are out of order yourself.
because
you are out of order.
You defend the failings of the ANC.
You are out of order yourself. This is not the time to politics. Allow the chairperson to
No,
finalize.
it is the chairperson that's being defensive here.
No, Honorable Paulsen, you are out of order yourself.
Honorable Paulsen, please don't do that.
You must withdraw.
Please do not do that, Honorable Paulsen.
Withdraw what? Withdraw what? That the chairperson is out of order to attack a presenter.
Paulsen, Honorable Paulsen, don't spoil the meeting. You are in the process.
You don't even know what the man presented. You ask questions for some other portfolio.
I don't know. I was listening. You undermine my integrity when Paulsen. You're too clever.
Please do not reduce.
Don't insult us.
The integrity of this meeting. Please do not do that. I'm pleading with you. Honorable members, never allow yourself to degenerate because we are in a season of campaigning and denigrate the integrity and decorum of the committee. It has never happened before, and it shouldn't happen now because of this particular season. Let's not allow that.
I take umbrage to that statement. I have to defend the member of the from you, Chairperson.
You are not the only representative.
It's not about election politics. It's about the simple. We must protect
you are not the only person who represents the people. All of us here are representing the people. You are not the only person who represents the people. All of us here are elected to represent the people. I gave you an opportunity. I gave every other member an opportunity to engage the presenter. Now, I'm making a summary based on what has been presented. I am not thumb-sucking this information from somewhere. It has been presented here. Now, there has never been an instance where we reject a particular proposal to come and make a presentation. It is against that background that this presenter is here today. Now, whether people are snoring in meetings and scrolling phones, it should not be attributed to us. We have never done that as a committee. And we cannot invite...
He said that study committee...
Wait, Honorable Paulson. Please do not do that. I'm asking you again, my brother, please don't do it. Please do not do it. Do not denigrate the integrity of the committee.
Chairperson, sorry. It's Singh here.
Honorable Singh.
I think you should proceed with your proposal without being interrupted and put it to the committee, and we'll decide whether we agree, amend, or don't agree. And you should be given the opportunity and the right to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. The danger is that I'm being interrupted. It has never happened before. I'm shocked. Thank you, Honorable Singh. But we have noted your presentation, Mr. Katika. What did not come out clear is what are you seeking as a recourse from ourselves as a committee? Are you saying that you needed us to assist you in terms of opening the doors from all these other doors that you have knocked, but also that could not be made clear? But we'll leave it at that for now. But there's no resolution that you sought directly from us as a committee, or intervention that you sought directly from us. But now you have the contacts through the UDM and the Speaker of Parliament. You also have the contacts of the Secretary of the Committee. We have shared the presentation. We will share it with the department. It is here. And if there are issues that needs to be responded to, that relates to the fisheries community, that is in the presentation, that will be done. The department will respond to you. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thank you for that summary. I just want to make one point just before you close, that there was a lot of information, a lot of allegations that were made, and just to state quite clearly that neither myself nor the other members of the DA would obviously associate ourselves with any of the allegations that have been made against specific individuals, and rather that we note it and as per your recommendation, it gets taken forward in the way that you've suggested. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bryant. Can we go to the briefing by the Fisheries Branch on the issues that are raised by the small-scale fisheries? DG.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day to yourself and also to the honorable members. We prepared a presentation, Chair, in relation to the update on the small-scale fishing rights allocation in the Western Cape. And I just wanted to get your guidance, Chair, given that that's the presentation we had prepared from our side, whether you would like us to make that presentation. And obviously, I think you have made a clear way forward in relation to the previous presentation. And as a department, we are committed to work with the Portfolio Committee in looking into those matters that are affecting the department and going into the details of those and providing responses in as far as that is concerned. So in relation to the previous presentation, I think we are in support, and I think that Deputy Minister also has highlighted that we will provide responses. So should we go ahead, Chair, in relation to the update of allocation of small fishing rights in the Western Cape?
I'm sure it is also in the interest of the previous presenter, DG. Please go ahead.
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. We have prepared the presentation, and I'm going to request the DDG, who is going to take the committee through the details, given the sequence of events that would have happened in relation to the Western Cape rights allocation, where there was a court decision, and also following the court decision, how then we went about in then processing the applications that we received, which closed in December. We then opened up for the appeals process, which was extended to end of January, and we are still in the process of then dealing with the appeals. But I think the details of the presentation will then go into the update, which we are bringing before the committee. Can I hand over to the DDG? Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DG. DDG, please proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. I'm just briefly switching my camera on so that I can greet you, but with your permission, I'll turn the video off while I'm doing the presentation. Just to also say that I'm joined in the meeting by Mr. Ngongwa, who has been managing the small-scale fisheries process, and the acting director of small-scale, Ms. Benasha Mullins, as well as the chief director, Mr. Sasapia, whose name was mentioned in the previous presentation. If we can go to the next slide, please. So this is the outline of the presentation, which is firstly the problem statement, remedial action that was taken, the court decision, new process that was followed in the Western Cape, which includes the application process, the appeals process and appeals outcome, the support provided during this entire process, and the way forward. Next slide, please. So the problem statement is that following the 2016 to 2019 verification process of small-scale fishers in the Western Cape, the department and the minister received multiple complaints from community members about the lack of fairness, transparency, and accuracy of the process in the Western Cape. And this was after the department had successfully allocated 15-year fishing rights in the other three coastal provinces, namely Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and KZN. Next slide. So the remedial action that was taken is that in the Western Cape process and its decisions were audited to respond to the received complaints. And following a comprehensive audit of the process of recognized small-scale fishers, it was revealed, and the audit findings were that the process was irregular, unfair, and flawed. Its irregularities ranged from deficiencies in data capturing to errors in law. And as a result, thousands of small-scale fishers were verified, were successful, or were rejected for verification purposes that were unlawful and unconstitutional. And in July 2022, the minister, after extensive consultation and legal advice with the small-scale sector, approached the Western Cape High Court to request the court to review and set aside the Western Cape process and its related decisions. Next slide. So on the 31st of August 2022, the Western Cape High Court issued an order in line with the minister's request. And this, in summary, declared the following. Firstly, that the applications which were made for the verification and confirmation of small-scale fisheries and communities in the Western Cape were remitted to the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment and the applicant for a decision. Secondly, that those people listed in Annexure B to the order were entitled to make applications for the verification and confirmation of their status as small-scale fishers in accordance with directions to be issued by the department. So in other words, only those people who had previously applied could reapply. And then thirdly, depending the outcome of the verification and recognition process, all small-scale fishers who currently were fishing or who were listed in Annexure A of the notice, as well as Annexure B, were entitled to carry on fishing until the outcome of this process was finalized. So in other words, the interim relief dispensation continued. Next slide. So in terms of the new application, the new process that were followed, firstly, the application process. In December 2022, the department commenced with mobilization to inform all relevant affected parties of the new process for registration and verification. And from the 26th of September to the 7th of October 2022, the department distributed verification forms to communities with the 8,500 original people as per the court order. Necessary support and sufficient timeframes were provided to fishing communities to participate in the new Western Cape small-scale fishing rights allocation process. And more than 84% of all the applications were declared successful as small-scale fishers. Next slide. In terms of the appeals process, a total of 461 unsuccessful applicants appealed against the decision in terms of Section 80 of the MLRA, read together with Regulation 5 of the MLRA regulations. And out of the 461 people who submitted appeals, a total of 431 appeals were upheld. In other words, 431 people were declared as successful. And this constituted 93% success rate on appeal. Chair, I just want to check whether you can hear me because I'm getting a signal that my internet is unstable.
We can hear you, Ms. Middleton.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So therefore, the overall success rate on the declaration of small-scale fishers in the Western Cape stands at 96.3% from those who originally participated. And this amounts to a total of 3,857 declared fishers in the Western Cape are now successful. And this is a significant improvement on the previous process, where the success rate was only at 22%. Next slide. So in terms of the rights application and support, from the 15th of May to the 12th of June 2023, the department conducted 2-day compulsory training sessions for the 88 declared small-scale fishing communities. 62 small-scale cooperatives were registered with the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, the CPIC, and all the cooperatives were assisted with the rights application process. Small-scale fishers were assisted to complete their fishing right application forms. And after assessment of the small-scale fishing rights applications, the delegated authority, which in this case is myself, granted 15-year small-scale fishing rights to all 62 small-scale fishing cooperatives on the 13th of November 2023. An appeals process, as envisaged in Section 80 of the MLRA, commenced on the 13th of November 2023 and closed on the 31st of January 2024. Terms of the rights application and supports discussion continued. In terms of the rights assessment summary, 62 applications were assessed. Two categories were assessed in terms of commercial, so use of fish that you can sell and fish that is caught for own consumption. And 12 sectors were declared in the basket of species, including mixed species. And over 250 species were requested and assessed by the cooperatives. And the average number of species that were requested per application was between 30 and 36 species. The regulations further informed the process that you can request species for commercial benefit. In other words, you can sell and market, and those species that are going to be used by each cooperative for own consumption only. The use of requested species for commercial and own use, and the apportionment of resources to cooperatives, and the status of the requested species in relation to the regulations. In other words, what species you can sell, what species you can't sell, and what species are prohibited from catching at all, especially in the lionfish fishery. Next slide. Various species were allocated to the small-scale fishing cooperatives, and these include squid, which is up to 25% of the available effort. Seaweed, 14 concession areas were granted to the small-scale sector. West Coast rock lobster, whereby 50% of the nearshore fishery was made available to small-scale, and 20% of the West Coast rock lobster offshore fishery. Other species include hake handline, netfish, lionfish, and 100% of oysters and mussels. And in that regard, we are busy declassifying oysters and white mussels from the commercial list. We note that there are suggestions that the basket of species needs to be increased, and in this regard, we would welcome any suggestions. And the department is busy finalizing a gazette notice for public comment with regard to our intentions for the future of the abalone fishery, both in the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape. And the department, as already mentioned, is looking at ways of enhancing and increasing the basket of species for the small-scale sector and providing support and other supplementary livelihoods. Next slide. In addition, we are looking at providing new kinds of support, and these include all documentations were translated into the relevant local languages and further explained in community meetings, thereby making it easier to apply. The 62 cooperatives were assisted to open bank accounts in preparation for the commencement of the West Coast rock lobster fishing season, and the cooperatives are being encouraged to ensure that all financial transactions by the cooperative go through the bank accounts. Through partnerships, the department has facilitated several interventions to date, and these include, but are not limited to, all small-scale fishing cooperatives have received basic training on basic fisheries-related business skills, financial management, and safety at sea. And this training was specifically aimed at the board of directors of all the cooperatives, but will be rolled out to the other members. Well, that is our intention. And the department has signed and is implementing a memorandum of understandings with the Department of Small Business Development and the Oceania Maritime Academy, and various training interventions have been implemented through these MOUs. The department is in the process of signing an MOU with the National Development Agency for further training. Next slide. The department is also in the process of setting up a mentorship program whereby we have appointed a total of 110 mentors that have been deployed to the 110 cooperatives in all 4 provinces. And these mentors have been appointed through our Working for Fisheries program, and the mentors are basically unemployed graduates who were encouraged to apply through the Working for Fisheries program. An additional 90 mentors will be appointed to deploy mentors to all small-scale fishing cooperatives in the Western Cape. Mentors will be stationed in each cooperative area and will focus on the business development of the cooperatives as well as other interventions. Parallel to the deployment, mentors are currently receiving training in order to assist them to capacitate the small-scale cooperatives. And the mentors training program commenced in November 2023, and it's continuous. It will continue on a monthly basis. In terms of the way forward, the department is currently recruiting more than 800 people to be employed by the department to assist with catch data monitoring of all fish landed by all fishing sectors. This includes the recreational, the small scale, and the commercial sectors. And we are targeting 600 people to be drawn from the fishing communities to assist with the catch data monitoring process. For the 24-25 financial year, the department will facilitate the establishment of co-management structures in all 4 provinces. And this is quite important because I think it will be the co-management structures that will enable representation of the small-scale sector in decision-making structures of the Fisheries Branch, including representation in the scientific and management working committees. And it is our plan in the next financial year to intensify the support interventions to small-scale cooperatives through various means, training, capacity building, as well as the provision of infrastructure support. And with that, Chair, I thank you.
Sue, you got cut. Are you done?
Sorry, Chair. Yes, I've just finished. As I say, I keep getting unstable network message.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you very much. Honorable Paulsen, followed by Honorable Bryant.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, Ms. Middleton, for the presentation. The size of these co-ops are average around 60 people per co-op. I'd just like to know, in terms of, what constitutes a reasonable income. So was that factored into for 60 people and probably more people that they will employ? Was that a factor when it came to allocating to each of these co-ops how much they may catch and what they may catch? And I'm happy to hear that there will be mentors that we can assist them with the soft skills around managing a business, and because it's going to be quite complex with people who may not even know each other or may not have worked together to have to form a functioning entity. And in terms of these mentors, how long will they be involved with these cooperatives? Is there a fixed term? And in terms of financial management, which is critical when it comes to managing a business, is this part of the mentorship that they will be of the skills that they will be giving the cooperatives? But I think the most important aspect here is what is allocated to these cooperatives. Does it constitute an opportunity to make it a viable business? And what happens when one of the participants in the co-op wants out? What happens then? Can new people enter the cooperative? Can he then sell his share in the co-op to someone else from outside? Because I'd like that a limitation is placed on that, because cooperatives are supposed to be empowering particular people, and so that they can remain active in what many say is the only thing they know is fishing. So I would be very unhappy if they were allowed to just sell their share in a co-op and someone else comes in and participates. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Bryant, followed by Honorable Mbata, then Honorable Mkunu.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, a couple of questions. First one, what steps are being taken to ensure that the Western Cape small-scale process isn't bungled the way that it was initially? And has the previous contractor, the one that was responsible for that initial bungled process, been greylisted or blacklisted? If we can get that information, I think it's very, very important to know, so that we don't end up with a similar situation going forward. Then a key concern of some of the small-scale fishers that I've spoken to has been the actual size of the quota allocations. Many of them feel that the allocations aren't actually enough to be sustainable. And many of the fish species that could also be fished that aren't threatened are not being made use of. I know Ms. Milton did mention that new species suggestions would be welcome. Just want to find out if the department has received any suggestions, and also if there is perhaps an email address or a contact that those suggestions should be sent to for fishers and people who have suggestions of new species that they feel could be fished. And then just a slightly broader question. The department has put a lot of emphasis on the development of cooperatives when it comes to small scale. But obviously what we would like to see is people being able to own their own businesses, own their own fleets, and really start to create employment and grow the economy going forward, and not to be dependent on the cooperative system for the rest of their life. Is there a plan in place that the department is currently implementing to get a kind of conveyor belt of people from within the small scale industry and the cooperatives and develop them into owning their own businesses, owning their own fleets, etc., and therefore growing the economy and employing more people? I think I'm going to leave it there for now, and I might have some follow-ups later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DDG, for a presentation. I have one question that I want to know. Based on Mr. Katikati's presentation, how many of those people that he's complaining about or who are now on your program since you have started the date you started working with the Western Cape? Are they covered? Are they still are they covered, or some of them are not covered? Because I'm linking this because I want to know whether some of the fisheries from Mr. Katikati's presentation are now covered or not. Thank you.
Honorable Mkhunu, followed by Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Ms. Middleton, for the presentation. Let me start by appreciating the small scale fisheries licenses that were given to them. That 15 years, I think it works positively for them. But Ms. Middleton, through your chair, here in the presentation, you also mentioned that you are intervening in terms of the partnerships with the other departments and the MOUs that you have with Ocean Maritime Academy and those trainings. But my only worry, Ms. Chairperson, is that in that process, there is, I don't hear some are being involved, because some of them in these licenses, I understand they have to use the boats, they have to get the boats. I know it's not, and it's also not easy for them to have access to the boats that they will be using to fish. Hence, some of them of these rights do include that. And the issue of using the nets, how far are we going to empower them to know and understand where do they start and where do they stop with using of the nets, using the boats? What happens when they fish in the shores compared to the fishing in the middle of the sea? How far are we going to go with also their training now, so that they know and be aware of any people or any big businesses who might want to take over their license? So it's just I'm asking this Chair, through experience, since I'm from the coastal region, and we do have them, and I've engaged them, and they really appreciate the fact that they were given those licenses. But one identifies just those small challenges. If I can be, I can be assured that they will be assisted. Thank you.
Sabonga Mamkhunu, Honorable Dlamini, followed by Honorable Winkler.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I think one becomes so much happy to see that now the small scale fishing is being recognized properly. Then now they're able to get their licenses. And just to echo what Mamtono was saying now, Honorable Mamtono, the biggest problem sometimes you find that now some of these small scale fishery, they're being used as a front by these big companies. Now, my main question that make me to be more worried, 461, they were so unsuccessful. They took us to court. Then now 431, therefore they won, therefore finally we're taking back. Don't you think that now it is denting the image of the department? Because if maybe it was a small scale of numbers that now have won the appeal, one was going to say it seems that now probably it was just something that makes us to lose a focus. But if it's 431, it's more than 93%. Then at the second part, the question that move with what actually I'm saying is I want to say that now if this thing has been done, because it shows that the process, they are saying it was irregular, it was unfair, then it flawed. It was flawed. I think that one is done by a man, by a human being. Is there any consequences that were done in order to correct this for those who are doing the wrong things? Thank you very much.
Honorable Winkler.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Ms. Middleton for the presentation. I'd just like to inquire if there are any lessons that the department has actually taken away from this experience and the entire botched process and the amount of trauma this really does, I think, create in these generational fishing communities and cooperatives with these really protracted court cases and processes and appeals. What are we now going to implement going forward to avoid a repeat of this again in the next FRAP process? Because I think that there is a legacy of this perpetually happening. And as I think the previous member just mentioned, that it really doesn't cast a favorable light on the department that we continuously have to endure these massive challenges when it comes to fishing rights allocations. And it really does erode the integrity and I think the trust that people have in the department to do the right thing by the right people. So what are we going to do going forward to ensure that this doesn't happen again? Of course, we must, I think, make provision for human error, but there are definitely ways in which we can, I think, at least for 90% of this process, improve and make sure that there isn't too much of this chaos, I think, and this protracted process. So I'd like to hear from Ms. Middleton and the department on that. Thank you.
Ms. Middleton.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the first stab and then I'll ask my colleagues, Mr. Ngonkwa and Ms. Benasha to add. So in terms of Honourable Paulson's question on the 60 people on average in a co-op and what is a reasonable income and how did we decide, I'm going to leave that to Mr. Ngonkwa. In terms of the question from Honourable Paulson about the mentors and how long they will be involved, as I said, they've been appointed through the Working for Fisheries program, which is part of the expanded Public Works program. And in terms of EPWP funding, we only know from the Department of Public Works and National Treasury what our funding allocations for this program are on a 3-year cycle. So these contracts have been entered into for 3 years because that is the funding that we are assured of. with the option of extending and renewing contract. A big focus of the mentors will be business and financial management support to the cooperatives and managing their financial affairs in an open and transparent manner. And going forward, another focus of the mentors will be to focus on the secondary cooperatives and the value addition. So taking control of the marketing and processing process rather than relying on third parties. I will ask Mr. Nkongwa to respond to Honourable Brian's question on the previous contractor and what action has been taken. Honourable Bryant, I think we will make, and sorry to put her on the spot in this meeting, but we will make Ms. Mullins the contact person for any suggestion around enhancing the basket of species. And when I'm done, I will put her an email address in the chat, and any suggestions on additions to the basket and how we can enhance it would be very welcome. As we've said, we are exploring aquaculture and ranching options, as well as new fisheries that are not yet recognized for exploitation. I think, Honourable Bryant, the question about can the small-scale fisheries sector operate as a conveyor belt to graduate fishers from the small scale to the commercial sector to become successful entrepreneurs in their own right? And I think the short answer is definitely yes. And we hope that will be the process, that small scale don't necessarily forever have to be stuck as small scale. In terms of Honourable Mbata's question about how many of Mr. Katikati's members applied, I don't have that information offhand. I know that Mr. Katikati's organization did not apply for recognition under small scale, but I do not know whether any of the members applied in their individual capacities to be part of the small scale cooperatives, being mindful that most of Mr. Katikati's members are actually employees or crew in the tuna sector. Abongile, if you could deal with the question from Honourable Chunu on the training and SAMSA, but I know we are looking at, we have been providing training on safety at sea, but any other training interventions that are planned, if you could comment on that. Honourable Tlamini, I don't know if I quite got your question about the appeals. Just to mention that the appeals process has closed at the end of the February, end of January, sorry. So we are in the process by the end of February, which is within the next few days, to complete the Section 5.3 reports for the Minister, who is the appeals authority. So the appeals process is not yet concluded, and the Minister will be considering those appeals in the month of March. In terms of lessons learned, Honourable Winkler, both in the small scale and the commercial, the FRAP process, I think we've learned a lot of lessons, and we can always do things better. There's no doubt that for the commercial and FRAP applications, we are fast moving to online applications to take away the manual and the human error process. But with the small scale process, given the nature of the applicants, we would need to continue to provide on-ground support for future applications. Noting that we've just completed the 15-year rights allocation process, the next rights, most of them are only due in 2031-32. With that, Chair, with your permission, if I could hand over to Mr. Ngonkwa.
Mr. Who?
Mr. Ngonkwa.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying, okay, that's fine. Please proceed, Mr. Kwankwa.
Abo, we can't hear you. I can see your mic's off, but we can't hear you.
Mr. Ngongwa?
Yes, Honorable Chair, can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, apologies about that, Mr. Chair. Yes, my name is Abongile Ngongwa. I'm currently in the office of the DDG Fisheries Branch. Recently, I've been assigned and was the director responsible for small-scale fisheries management. I just want to further give responses to some of the issues that were raised. I'll start with Honorable Paulson. The issue around people who might want to opt out of the cooperative. Indeed, in terms of the regulations relating to small scale, the rights are non-sellable and they're not transferable. But a cooperative can be a transferee of a right from a different sector. So in essence, that means that there is no person from outside that can be able to buy a small-scale fishing right. And if someone, for an example, passes away, then it's up to the cooperative to provide any actions towards the family of the person. And all of those, they're outlined in the constitution of each and every cooperative. And also what is important to note is that in these specific cooperatives, there is equal shareholding and there's no person who has more shares than the other person. And the principle is that you get paid for what you do in a cooperative. So that means if you stay at home and don't contribute towards a cooperative, then you're not going to be paid. You might be eligible for dividends of the cooperative once the dividends are declared. So in essence, the cooperatives are worker cooperatives as opposed to user cooperatives. Then I just want to also, Honorable Chair, to just quickly touch on Honorable Brian's comments on what steps have we taken in ensuring that the process is not bundled. There are many steps that we have taken. One of them is realizing that fishing communities in general, they need more time than the standard time that is outlined in PAJA. So you'll see all the processes that we followed, we allocated more time as it would have been expected. The first process was when we did the verification and declaration of small-scale fishers. First thing that we did was to translate all documents and simplify them as much as possible. And we went to communities and we sat down with them. We explained all those documents in their language. And after that, we left them with those documents for 2.5 months. And then after that, we came back, and in between that, there were fishers on the ground on a day-to-day basis to go and assist in communities. So when we received the verification forms that were completed, we had to assist them and drafted templates for affidavits, and hence the application forms, when they were assessed, there were a number of people who were successful. Majority of people were successful. And hence, if you look at out of just over 5,000 people, only 461 people were unsuccessful. Then just tying that with Honorable Dlamini's question as to is that not painting a bad reflection on the process if 431 people are successful on appeals. I think it's important to note that this process was an internal process. So the delegated authority made a decision, and then those who were unsuccessful were further given an opportunity to appeal within the department when the minister was the appeal authority. And again, in this process, the department played a very close role in assisting communities to a point of developing a simple appeal form, going out to communities and explaining it to them. Some fishers did not submit ID documents, so we had to explain to them that for your appeal, just attach an ID document that should be sufficient. So the idea was to recognize as many small-scale fishers as possible, so that we're able to, at the end of the day, indicate that the process was fair. What is also crucial in the process, and of which it's the reason why we are fairly confident about it, is that when the process started, we had an independent observer forum. That independent observer forum was made up of community leaders in all of the fishing communities, whereby they were provided with resources to go and check if the department is doing what it outlined it was going to do. For each process that was followed, or for each step of the process, we developed a protocol for it, and then we had that document being presented to community-based organizations and to fishing communities. And then those independent observer members, they went out each and every day to those communities to verify if we are following the process that we had agreed on. Out of that process, once the small-scale fishers were declared, an independent observer report was finalized and it was made public. That independent observer report, it's a report that is made up of comments and inputs from the independent individuals from the various communities. So it is a measuring stick as to how we have done the process as opposed to the previous process. That report can be made available to the portfolio committee chair. And then also, what I wanted to emphasize is the issue of SAMHSA as well. We have been working with SAMHSA in other provinces for a number of years now. There are training interventions that have taken place in the Eastern Cape and also in the Western Cape and in KwaZulu-Natal as well. And also we've worked with National Sea Rescue. We've worked with other organizations ensuring that there's safety at sea. And also when it comes to issues of access to vessels in the Western Cape, majority of fishing communities have over 300 fishing vessels at this point in time. But those fishing vessels are mainly for traditional line fish and harvesting your West Coast rock lobster. So it might be a different case if they were to access other species that would require a different type of fishing operation. And hence, we will need to find a way of facilitating for those supports in order for them to be sufficient. Then also the issue of the value chain and ensuring that small-scale fishers are in full control of their business. That is the main objective of the implementation of small-scale. Because the first thing that we had to do as the department, we had to understand the realities in fishing communities, and of which sometimes it's the unintended mistakes that we make when we implement things without having to properly understand them. So in this process, we had to conduct a socioeconomic baseline study to understand what is the socioeconomic profile of the communities in the Western Cape. Second to that, we had to come up with a problem and objective analysis to understand what would be the core problem if certain things are not done. That assists us in prioritizing the support interventions. And the main priority is ensuring that small-scale fishers are capacitated. Because if we can allocate today the biggest allocation that we can without providing the necessary capacity and support, the business in the form of a cooperative stands to fail. So that is our priority at this point in time, in ensuring that there is necessary support in basic business skills and ensuring that the cooperatives are operational. And out of that, after 2 fishing seasons, all the primary cooperatives, in terms of the regulations, there will be members of at least one secondary cooperative. The secondary cooperative is there to consolidate volumes, and the members of those primary cooperatives are the owners of the secondary cooperatives. And in doing that, it will allow for an example, at this point in time, we're working with the Department of Public Works, where the Public Works is looking at facilities. One of the facilities that has been identified, it's in Hout Bay, where a cooperative in Angberg and Imizamo Yetu, they're going to be benefiting directly from a facility that will be converted into a fish processing establishment. But in order for a processing establishment to operate meaningfully, it will need to process volumes, and those volumes can only come from the primary cooperatives, and hence a secondary cooperative is identified as a platform where processing and marketing takes place. And throughout all these processes, transparency is key, and we are aware of the teething problems that are going to take place, and hence we have urgently deployed mentors as we speak. And there are some cooperatives that are already starting to show the anticipated challenges, and we are responding to those on a day-to-day basis. And then out of that secondary cooperative, other financial benefits, including owning assets, will be derived based on that, and ensuring that the primary cooperatives, they are focused at what they are good at to the main, which is fishing, and ensuring that they have the proper structures of their cooperatives sustained, and ensuring that all the profits that come from the secondary cooperative, they sent downwards to the primary cooperative and ultimately to the members of the primary cooperatives. And cooperatives in this regard, it's made up of declared small-scale fishers and no one else. And after 2 years, there will be an opportunity for additional people to be declared, only if those people meet the qualifying criteria as outlined in the regulations relating to small scale. So the issue of the appeals, I think it is an indication of how fair and transparent the process has been, and hence there were many people who were successful after appeal due to our assistance in ensuring that they are successful. I just want to check, Honorable Chair, if there's anything else that I've left. Yes, the email, we have put it on the chat, Honorable Bryant, and then the service provider that was responsible for the process, for the previous process, there is a pending legal process that is taking place, as the previous service provider is also has some disputes, and also is challenging the department on a number of things regarding that particular project. However, we can provide an update as to how far are we in terms of the legal process in that regard, Chair. Then the size of the rights and the sustainability thereof. This one is very important, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. First of all, we have to acknowledge that in general, most of the nearshore resources have been declining over time, and we need to ensure that the cooperatives are sustainable, and we need to look at various things. First of all, we need to look at what do we still need to apportion to small scale. And some of the species that we're apportioning to small scale, they will have to be taken from the commercial sector. So that process will need to be a fair process moving forward. As it was indicated in the presentation, the future of abalone, there are two variations out within the fishing sector, whereby small-scale fishers are claiming that that is the resource that should be allocated by small-scale fishers based on how it is fished, and there are commercial rights holders in the abalone sector that are still depending on the resource. And hence, we have outlined the intention of the department on how the abalone is going to be managed moving forward, and we are going to go out on consultation with regards to that. And also, there are other species that we are looking at introducing. Currently, the Minister has a consultative advisory forum that is currently advising her on various options of how we can improve the basket of species. In terms of Section 18 of the Act, you allocate a percentage proportion of whatever that will be determined on a year-to-year basis in terms of Section 14. So this means that the cooperatives are allocated a percentage of traditional line fish, for an example, and a percentage of the West Coast rock lobster near shore and West Coast rock lobster offshore. And that percentage is determined by the total number of people in that particular cooperative. So that means bigger cooperatives will have a bigger a percentage proportion by the mere fact of the fact that they are bigger. And then on a year-to-year basis, that's when the TAC and the TAE, which is in terms of Section 14 of the Act, will be determined. So if the delegated authority determines a TAE or a TAC of the lobster for a particular season, that percentage will be applied for small-scale fisheries. And then that's how the allocation is going to be granted in that regard. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Abongile. Are there further additions, Ms. Middleton?
Not from my side. Can I just check with Ms. Mullins whether you would like to add anything? If not, we hand back to you, Chair.
No, thank you, Chair. I think Angela and yourself have covered the content of the information. I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, no further additions. Honorable members, do we agree that brings us to the end of the presentation by the department?
Yeah.
Honorable Winkler?
Chair, I did have 2 follow-ups, but I mean, if we press for time, I'm willing to submit them via written.
We can take a quick shot.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so the first one is that the department said it's going to employ 800 people for monitoring landed fish. But the issue is actually about monitoring at sea. So we can see, you know, if there are illegal activities taking place, illegal catching, etc. So how does the department figure that this is going to be more effective instead of actually observing on board? And then also, what's going to happen to the fish once they've landed now? And now that there's a recognition that there's been overfishing, will the fish then be confiscated and sold, and then that money return to the department? Because that's not really going to remedy the issue of overfishing. You're just going to continuously confiscate overfished stocks. And then also adding different species of fish to the baskets. Yes, how exactly is that going to be like determined? You know, because obviously if they haven't been identified prior to this, what conditions would we now allow new fish species to be added to the basket? You know, just being mindful of the fact that there is, you know, gross overfishing pressures, I think, at present, and the concerns around that. Thank you.
Ms. Middleton?
Thank you, Chair. To respond about the catch data monitors, the catch data monitors are based or located along the coastline at all the landing slips, as well as in the harbors. And even the commercial sector, you know, the deep sea sectors have to land their catch at the harbors for processing. Very few species are exported directly out the country. So that is the way in which we record landings. And obviously with our fishery patrol vessels, they have the capacity to do inspections on board. We are trying to move to a situation where we have real-time information, that we know how much quantum a rights holder has, and we know how much they've already caught and what the balance is. And in that way, we would try and eliminate overfishing. But Chair, with your permission, if I could just check with Mr. Sasapiha, would like to add, seeing he is the Chief Director responsible for marine resource management. So this is up his alley.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Thanks, DDG. In addition, Chair, with regards to addition of different species, as to how this will be done, the chances of new substantial fisheries coming on board are very minimal, as most of our fisheries resources are either being exploited substantially or harvested through either as a form of direct catch or as form of bycatch. Yes, once in a while we do have requests that comes through for new fisheries to be considered, but in most cases you'd find that applicants that wants to come in with new fisheries wants to either exploit resources that are currently being harvested by other fisheries. If there's any substantial fishery that would come on board, would probably be a new and a small fisheries, like the recent experiments that we have just completed a few months ago with regards to the octopus fishery, which is likely to soon come into being commercial. And we intend on expanding it in future. But for now, the scientific recommendations that we have recognized the small potential of such fishery existing in the Force Bay, which we are in the process of consulting to formalize that fishery. But we're hoping over time other sectors will also come on board as new fisheries. Thanks, DDG, and thank you, members.
Ambongile, I see your hand.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Apologies, I just wanted to add as well to Honorable Winkler's question. I think the issue of catch data monitors, it's very important because it provides the department with access to scientific information and management information. So if we see trends of the different types of species that are continuously being landed, then that would trigger the department to investigate further as to whether the species is can be sustainable or not, and whether we can be able to commercialize that particular species or vice versa. So it's a very important tool that we need to continuously work on. Also, secondly, we might not have new fisheries within small scale. We might also have species within small scale that are not necessarily standalone fisheries. Or we might have species that have been harvested in other provinces and they have never been harvested in the Western Cape, for an example. One example of that is abalone ranching, that is included as the part of the basket of species for some of the cooperatives in areas where there are abalone ranching sites. So that means that immediately the cooperatives can start, you know, a program of ranching their own abalone and be able to grow that abalone and harvest it for their own benefit as cooperatives. Another example is allocation, the intention for the department to include abalone in the Eastern Cape for cooperatives that are adjacent to abalone experimental sites under the experiment that was done and finalized in 2015. So those are the type of interventions that we are looking at in augmenting the basket of species, but all of those must be based on the fact that there is sustainability in the process. and also not focusing mainly on how many species and the quantums of the species that are allocated. What is very important is to look at the value chain, as Honorable Bryant indicated in a way, in saying that instead of driving cooperatives to look at volumes, how do we ensure that they focus on the quality and improve on their value chain so that they can get a premium price for the fish that they fish? So what are those value chains that we need to put in place? And hence we are already working with the Department of Public Works, looking at properties that can be accessed by small-scale fishers, and also working with many other government agencies and departments and the private sector in that regard. But it's going to take some time, but we have a plan in place, and we are hopeful and that we are going to ensure that the cooperatives are sustainable. The Western Cape has already shown significant potential in some of these areas, wherein the primary cooperatives are starting to get together and working together, and also ensuring that the marketers or people who call themselves marketers in communities are totally cut out of the value chain in the near future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to the Fisheries Branch. Ms. Sanders, are you ready for us?
Chair, it will be me, Mr. Tony Gerrans, presenting. Ms. Sanders arranged the
Please
meeting.
go ahead, Mr. Gerrans.
Yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt, Chair. Go ahead.
Is Ms. Sanders here, though?
Yes, sorry, Chair. Mr. Gerrans is presenting for the Animal Law Project.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Gerrans. Please go ahead. Do you have sharing rights?
Thank you very much for having me today and for the opportunity to talk to this committee. Let me just share the screen quickly. All right. Could someone please confirm that you can see the presentation?
The Animal Law Project. Yes, we can see it.
Yes.
Please.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Tony Gerrans. I'm usually the director of HSI, but today I address you here as a member of the Animal Law Project. The purpose of this briefing is to introduce you to the work that is being done under the name of the Animal Law Project, to share the major elements of the Animal Law Project report, which is going to be published in late March or early April. And that project will focus on the administration of animal protection in South Africa, specifically wildlife. And we like to take the opportunity to share that with this portfolio committee in advance of the launch of that report. I'm also going to ask the committee generally, when they've heard what we have to say here today, to support the adoption of the major elements of this report. And more specifically, I'm going to ask again for support in the Animal Law Colloquium, which Honourable Member Bryant raised at the beginning of today's meeting. I'm not going to take long, mindful that people have been in this meeting for some time. The presentation will cover a short background and summary to the work that has been done so far. I will talk about what is the problem with animal welfare that we're seeking to solve and the current status quo. I'm going to then go through some of the detail of the proposals for the new animal regulatory regime that the Animal Law Project is advancing. And then, of course, hopefully we still have a little bit of time at the end for some discussion. The Animal Law Project is a collaborative effort to assess and to make comprehensive proposals for law reform in the space of protecting animals against cruelty. It has been underway for some 18 months now, and the process has involved an invitation to over 600 registered animal welfare and conservation organizations. Over 100 of those organizations participated actively in this process. We also conducted an independent online data-driven survey of issues that the animal protection community thought needed reform. And we formed an expert working group comprising of conservation, law, and animal welfare experts who have chaired the preparation of the reports that of which details I'm going to share with you shortly. That report we will make available to both this portfolio committee and the Agriculture Portfolio Committee, and of course to the departments concerned, and in due course to the public as a whole. But I thank you for the opportunity to be able to just share this with you in advance, so that the honourable members of this committee can give some due regard to what we're saying before these matters come out in the public domain. Where I'd like to start is to just give you a short summary of where we are with all the law that deals either directly or indirectly with the management of terrestrial animals. I haven't included here the aquatic animals because there's quite a big body of different law there. This is a timeline that shows the age of the various pieces of legislation. Each piece of legislation is a line. And as you can see, some of this legislation dates right back to 1962, which is the Animals Protection Act 1971. Some of the legislation has been amended recently and some of it not. The legislation that is indicated in the orange color is those pieces of law which really deal with the protection of animals from cruelty. And those pieces of legislation that deal with broader issues such as the management, health, and various mechanisms of exploiting animals is being highlighted mainly in green. As you can see, most of the law dealing with animals that has been amended is that which deals with the management thereof and the exploitation of animals. The laws that deal with the protection of animals have by and large not been amended substantially since the 1970s. And indeed, some of the legislation that we rely on now to protect animals from cruelty, particularly the Animals Protection Act, is over 60 years old. Bearing in mind that our constitution envisages a new constitutionally based transformative democracy, and much of the old legislation, which was inconsistent with the vision and principles of the Constitution, has been reformed, we can see here that really that the legislation relating to the protection of animals has been largely left behind in that reform process. And that is what is creating the pressing need for us to take care of that now. On the ground, arguably, this is one of the worst times ever to be alive for an animal. That is really ironic, deeply ironic, since science is teaching us really rapidly now about the lived experiences of many different types of animals. And we're increasingly starting to understand that they have complex emotional, social, and psychological states, and that they suffer in many ways, which in the past we have taken for granted and assumed was not the case. As we seek to exploit animals in more and more ways in our modern global economy, we fragment and destroy their habitat, both deliberately and by design, and indirectly through things like climate change, pollution, and through trade. We consume them in vast numbers as inanimate property, and we confine them in zoos and laboratories and factory farms. And recently, we've even started manipulating their genetics in ways which harm them deliberately but optimize our profit motives. We are, in fact, living in the sixth mass extinction, and that doesn't reflect very well on us as humans. And the irony of it in all of this, we find that many people who are custodians of animals, particularly in the wildlife space, don't even regard the Animals Protection Act on binding them at all, and operate largely without due considerations for the animal experience. So this is the lived reality that animals exist in our modern global society, and which the Animal Law Project is seeking to transform. Why should we be talking to you as the Environmental Portfolio Committee? Because animals are an integral part of the environment. The National Environmental Management Act says so specifically, that animals are part of the environment, and the Constitutional Court has ruled as far back as 2016 that the Section 24 right to a safe and protected environment includes due consideration of animal welfare. There are other acts and subordinate regulations as well, such as the Biodiversity Act, and then pieces of legislation like TOPS and CITES, and indeed even the meat safety regulations, which also give some regard to this. So why is the situation so bad on the ground in practice, right? The problem is essentially that the pieces of legislation dealing with animal protection have not kept pace with our growing knowledge about animal experience. And that Constitutional Court judgment that I referred to in 2016, there the judiciary recognized expressly that animals have intrinsic value and confirmed that we must work to protect them from harm, not only because seeing them suffering impacts on us as humans and on our societies, but also because the law recognizes their interests as animals in living free from the type of suffering that we might otherwise inflict on them. This is what the term that the court used means, intrinsic value. It means of having worth in and of themselves. This is the opposite of seeing animals in an instrumental view, where we see them just as pure property and we can treat them accordingly. In other words, what the Constitutional Court did nearly 8 years ago is told us that the scientific consensus about animal experience is in fact good law. And that is where we need to move our legislation in order to give effect to the constitutional values of dignity, freedom from violence, and a safe and protected environment. That 1962 Animals Protection Act is no longer fit for purpose to do that. It was quite progressive when it was written in 1962, but it can no longer be seen to be fulfilling that purpose at all. That is why over 100 animal protection organizations have come together to work on this animal law project and to signal a way to both the executive branch, the departments concerned, and to Parliament, including this committee, that we need to modernize this law and we need to start to implement protection for animals in ways that is consistent with our contemporary society. Let's talk a little bit about some of the problems in practice, right? The first problem, and it's unfortunate we didn't ask that the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development try and attend this session today, but we're also going to hopefully be able to give this briefing to them directly. But it is clear that a department tasked with promoting agriculture cannot fulfill its mandated role of protecting animals. There is an inherent conflict in the idea that we can promote the use and exploitation of animals at scale, and we can also at the same time protect them as individuals. If you have a look at the survey that the Animal Law Project completed, this was an independently conducted survey. It shows that over 82% of that survey group are of the view that there is an inherent and unresolved conflict of interest within DALRRD's mandate to take care of animals. We also see that they have pursued policies that are consistent with their primary mandate of promoting agriculture, but which are directly harmful to animals. The amendments to the Animals Improvement Act, which was recently the matter of some litigation, is a good example of that, where the department sought to include wildlife species within the ambit of animals that can be slaughtered and consumed for human consumption. And so to the amendments to the Meat Safety Act. And those of you who saw the huge public outroar about the live export vessel that was in Cape Town Harbour last week, right? The Department of Agriculture is an active supporter of live export of South African animals who would endure similar conditions to what we saw those cattle enduring on that ship bound to Iraq. And so we see the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development pursuing its primary mandate, but at the expense of its secondary mandate of protecting animals. There are also problems with implementation within that department, probably largely resulting from capacity shortages. That department does not have an express budget for animal protection. It doesn't publish any specific work related to animal protection in its performance work plans. it doesn't have an inspectorate to check for animals and make sure minimum standards are being implemented. Even though there is power for the minister to regulate under the APA, there have been very few regulations to give effect to that piece of legislation. There is very little transparent reporting or metrics about how animal protection and indeed the state of welfare of animals in the country is at any specific time. There isn't direct engagement between that department and law enforcement and the National Prosecuting Authority on the criminal consequences for cruelty. There is a law engagement certainly on matters like stock theft, but not in terms of how to manage the criminal consequences of the Animals Protected Act, which is why we have so few successful prosecutions for animal cruelty in this country each year. DELRID lacks capacity to engage with the animal welfare sector at scale. As the Department of Social Development shows, there are over 600 welfare organizations registered in the country, but none of them participate in active engagement with the department responsible for administering this sector on an ongoing basis. And indeed, DELRID hasn't really even formally delegated this function to anybody. And that's the result you can see in purple on the right of our survey, is that by and large, 88% of the survey respondents feel that DELRID is not institutionally capable of delivering a systematic animal protection regime, which would involve many of the factors that we have identified there as being missing. The Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment also engages substantially with the question of wildlife, usually now under the framework of wildlife well-being. Obviously, part of that well-being is secured through the protection of habitat and the environment, and definitely the department has ambitious plans and works hard to protect the environment. But there are problems also within the policy framework, most notably within the current definition of sustainable use. We're well aware of all the work that has gone into the new white paper of sustainable use, but South Africa has become notorious globally for taking a very extractivist, animal-unfriendly view to what sustainable use is here. Those of you who followed the ministerial processes of the high-level panel for lion, elephant, rhino, and leopard, and also the current minister's lion task team will know that there are significant concerns for tourism and other economic considerations that flow from this extractivist view of sustainable use. And indeed, it's extremely harmful to animals. We see recently some definite signs that the department is starting to take the matter of animal well-being seriously. The amendments to the National Environmental Biodiversity Act are very encouraging in that regard, but there still remains a real question of role clarity between who is responsible for the the well-being of wildlife. And we see still harmful policies like the game meat strategy being advanced, where animal welfare at an individual level is not regarded as an important policy consideration at all. A quick note on the NSPCA. The SPCA movement and the National Council of NSPCAs is a public interest organization, but operates with funds from the private sector. So whilst they are empowered with certain limited powers by statute, they also, by definition, therefore, have limited capacities, limited resources, and limited authority. And so we cannot, whilst they do a lot of great work in the field, we cannot really understand them to be a useful proxy for a dedicated government agency that is going to deal with animal cruelty issues. The NSPCA also does not publish publicly the statistics that would allow us to assess the state of animal welfare in the country, and they don't engage systematically with the rest of the animal protection sector. So there are some really big institutional issues that we need to overcome if we're going to bring animal protection in South Africa up to the standard, certainly that is expected of us internationally. And so the Animal Law Project has prepared this report, and we will circulate the report once the final editing is done to this other portfolio committees and, of course, to all the departments involved. But the animal report is essentially focused on how to modernize this legal regime and bring it in line with the values and principles of our constitution, in line with other legislation such as NEMA, and how it can be made consistent with what the Constitutional Court has said the law is and should be applied as in terms of protecting animals. The Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development has published back in 2015, I think, or 16, a socioeconomic impact assessment and has flagged that they are also working on a legal reform document. However, those of us working in the Animal Law Project are very concerned that that socioeconomic impact study flags what is called the instrumental approach to animals, because it focuses only on ensuring trade compliance. So welfare is important only to make sure commercial interests can be protected. The CS study, as it was written back then, does not indicate recognition of the broader conception that animals are indeed sentient. They have the intrinsic value that the Constitutional Court has acknowledged, and that protecting animals is part of our transformative constitutional project. We cannot aspire to a society where we are free from violence, where we have a safe and protected environment, and where people are free to live with dignity, when we have systemic violence directed against the other beings who live within our communities and surrounding us, and those are, of course, the non-human animals. The first major proposal that we seek to make as the Animal Law Project is that the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development should be the primary custodian of animal protection in South Africa. In other words, the primary responsibility should be moved away from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development for the reasons I've already described, and it should be returned back to the Department of Justice where it was originally before 1997. This would be consistent with the work that that department does, which is really to address questions of social justice. It already has a number of units that are working to reduce violence and protect vulnerable members of communities. It has structures and reporting mechanisms, and this would be consistent with the role that that department envisages in terms of the fulfillment of the values and principles of our Constitution. But having said that, I think it is incorrect to understand that one department in the government really is solely responsible for this. Because animals interact with people in so many countless different ways, it's arguably correct to say that the administration of animal protection vests in all entities of government, and indeed often in the private sector. But the government decision-making at all levels needs to consider animal welfare. This has been also confirmed by the court in the NSBCA Lionbone judgment of 2019, where the court held that it was incongruous that the Department of Environment, I think at that stage it was the Department of Environmental Affairs, should be permitting Lionbone without due regard for animal welfare. So even though one department might carry the legislative mandate and is responsible for developing and implementing law, administration is a responsibility that is shared everywhere. Some of the other proposals that will be manifest in our report relate to a new piece of legislation that would better serve to protect animals from arbitrary cruelty. And that legislation is being designed along the same framework as the National Environmental Management Act, which is essentially a piece of framework legislation that is supported by either subordinate legislation or by regulation. That allows us to develop a future-proof piece of legislation that contains fundamental detailed principles that guide us in our decision-making, but also makes provision for specific regulation for all the different contexts that humans interact with animals. So our proposal for what the new piece of legislation would look like will give explicit recognition to the concept of animal sentience. In other words, following the Constitutional Court judgment, recognizing that animals are conscious and have a subjective experience of their life, both positive and negative. And of course, recognizing that they have intrinsic value, so they are not simply pure property, and we can't do with them exactly as we would otherwise seek to do in the pursuit of profit. We also seek to pick up other principles from NEMA and encapsulate that in a new piece of animal protection legislation, such as the principle of least harm and the precautionary principle, both of which essentially say where there are alternatives, and we can pursue, say, for example, socioeconomic development or trade, but where we can do that in ways that don't harm animals, those options should be preferred over the more harmful one. Or the precautionary principle basically says, in this version, says that if we are unsure of the extent to which we are harming an animal, we must err on the side of caution and avoid the harm. The proposal would also be that the new statute include, much like NEMA does, a list of regulated activities, some of which are prohibited outright and some of which are restricted. So the restricted activities can be conducted with permission, but are subject to oversight, and the prohibited activities would be essentially outlawed. And that would be consistent with Section 2 of the Animals Protection Act currently. We would also like to see some increased duties of care, essentially. This is reflecting what we already know to be in society, that people who have animals in their care have a duty to make sure those animals are taken properly care of. So we would there list different categories of responsible person, competent authorities, and also some duties, perhaps duties of reporting, for example, on the general public. And then because the Animals Protection Act is so limited because it's only a criminal statute, and in order to get a criminal prosecution, you have to work your way through a complex legal process and prove beyond reasonable doubt that the person not only harmed the animal, but intended to harm the animal. We've sought to find different ways of managing interactions where animals can be harmed. So we're going to propose permitting mechanisms. We're going to propose some administrative law penalties. Of course, we would like to see criminal sanctions for very serious offenses, but we'd also like to see some civil law remedies, and what we would proposing is that we have more information so we can make better decisions about how animals are actually being treated in our society. So the good news is that the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment has basically already started this journey, right? The high-level panel work I mentioned earlier on those 5 species, and also the recent amendments to the Biodiversity Act to expressly include well-being as a consideration in authorizing activities with wildlife. These are all positive steps, and they indicate that the department is already understanding the need for this reform. Obviously, the changes we're proposing will have impact on organizations that currently exploit animals for profit. But really what we're suggesting is we just want to bring the law back in line with where social values are already. And this would be consistent with modernizing our legal regime and keep South Africa current with other jurisdictions, such as the EU and other countries where we trade with, who already have far more progressive animal protection regimes than we do. We also see broad international consensus that animal suffering is a social harm. Some of you may have seen the week before last, the Convention on the Rights of the Child recognized that exposing children to contexts where animals are suffering violence is harmful to children. And we as a country, South Africa was specifically involved in this process, we need to move away from these type of practices, because there is now a huge body of evidence that indicates that violence towards animals and violence towards other vulnerable groups are often found together. And of course, our constitution speaks to this, that we need to protect the environment for the benefit of present and future generations. It entrenches the right to be free from all forms of violence, and it also speaks about dignity, and dignity is really also about the concept of having intrinsic value and autonomy. I'm right near the end, so thanks for your patience. This graph chart just shows the process that we have followed in the animal law project. You can see we are now in the red block, so we have already completed a concept note. We designed the survey, we completed the survey, we held a number of webinars, presentations and workshops with stakeholders. We collected all of that feedback. We drafted some early versions of the documents. We held an expert workshop. And the group is now getting ready to do one last round of public participation, which would be with a wider group of stakeholders, lawyers, the veterinary industry, the various departments of government concerned. And then we propose to produce this paper, and we're hoping that the paper will stimulate an interesting debate and will provide something that all of us, regardless of which political affiliation we come from, can agree will improve our society, especially sometimes for the most vulnerable. So thank you for the opportunity to talk today. I'm going to leave you with 3 definite asks, and Honourable Bryant mentioned one of them at the beginning. We have asked a number of times for a parliamentary colloquium on animal welfare. The colloquium, as we envisage, would deal with all of the issues I've discussed today and the content of our report. At one stage in 2022, the colloquium was indeed set down on the agenda for being managed, but it seems somewhere to have been lost. So I'm going to ask, please, that this portfolio committee recognize the work that has gone into this project to date and that the benefit this can offer in the broader society, and help us arrange a colloquium where these issues that we're proposing and others that others will bring can be aired and ventilated, and we as a country can collectively forge a new vision forward for animals. We are also going to engage directly with different government departments on the content of this report, most notably the 3 departments I've spoken about today, which would be Forestry, Fisheries and Environments, Agriculture, Land Reform, Rural Development, and Justice and Constitutional Development, as well as provincial agencies that do those similar functions. So where possible, it would be helpful. Sometimes we don't always get access to those departments, so we really would like to share the work we've done and the vision we have going forward. And then the third point is we would really, going forward, urge this committee to support the proposals once you've had opportunity to consider them more fully as part of our report, because they really are aimed at moving us forward towards a more compassionate, more respectful, and less violent society for everyone. I'd like to thank everyone for your time today. I know it's been a long meeting, and I'm available now for a few minutes for questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gerrans. Honorable Winkler, is that hand already up or is a legacy hand?
Nope, Chair. Just enthusiastic.
Okay, let's know then, honorable members, to engage the presentation by Mr. Gerrans, Honorable Winkler, Honorable Paulsen, Honorable Bryant. In that order.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Mr. Gerrans. I really enjoyed the presentation. I think it really weaves all the interconnectedness together in a really coherent manner. What I'd like to really know is, have you managed to have a look at the legislation and where exactly these amendments for animal welfare could be inserted? We know that APA doesn't fall under DFFE, and so it's really difficult to somehow find linkages that are across these cross-cutting departments, and then you've got, the SPCA under, I think, Justice. So has there been work done on how we can somehow look at where exactly amendment would take place, how these would interact across the various departments to get a coherent sort of framework on animal welfare? I think I'm very interested in that and to see how that goes. But thank you so much for this. Appreciated.
Thank you, Honorable Paulsen.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. Yeah, before the forestry and fisheries were with agriculture, and that is where the Animal Protection Act resides. And there was a bill that was passed in 2021, an amendment to the Act. And, during that time, have you given input to the amendments as to how it could be further, as to how the Act could be further enhanced to protect animals? And I share your concern. It's probably the worst time for animals to be alive. I especially hate it when it comes to Guy Fawkes and the dogs and cats go insane. So, did you give inputs around about that time when there were public hearings and comments were invited from the public as to how that animal protection amendment bill can further enhance the Act? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Paulsen. Honorable Bryant, followed by Honorable Mbata.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to firstly say a big thank you to Mr. Gerrans and his team, who have been doing such fantastic work behind the scenes for so long, not only behind the scenes, but also front and center, of highlighting issues relating to the welfare of animals. And as he mentioned, it is one of those tricky ones that has tended to fall between two different portfolio committees, two different ministers. And I think he's highlighted quite well and articulated it very well in this presentation that, we can't be relying simply on one department to deal with issues relating to animal welfare, because, of course, we deal with animals within this committee as well. And the welfare of those animals is just as important as the welfare of cows and sheep and chickens and other animals. So I think he's made some incredibly good points. I think the only challenge for us, obviously, is that it's 1:25, and we probably won't have enough time to properly interrogate this in great detail. There's lots of questions that I would like to ask. But I would say that, he has asked for support for the animal welfare colloquium. I mean, I assume that we would give support to that. I mean, I know it's something that has been discussed many times and the committee has supported it. It's obviously the challenge of ensuring that we're able to set that up with DALRRAD, whether it's in this term or whether it's part of our legacy report that we're putting together as a recommendation, and that be put in place as soon as possible during the next term of office. And then the engagement with government, as mentioned there as well, is very important. And, I would like to hear a response, perhaps, either from the Deputy Minister or from the DG on this meeting, in terms of this proposal regarding the change of custodianship, and, whether or not that is something that's being considered or could be considered, just to make it easier for us to address the issues relating to animal welfare, because it does tend to end up being quite a polarizing thing in some instances, where people say, well, do you value the welfare of animals more than the welfare of people, and all these sorts of things that tend to come up. If we can establish a clear set of guidelines which can be properly interrogated, and we can start to look at it and say, this is in black and white how we feel about the welfare of animals, and what's based in science and what's based in statistics and the information that's being gathered by organizations like this, so that we can do it. And I think the best way for us to do that is through this colloquium. So I would like to hear from the officials as well in terms of the proposals that have been made. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bryant. Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Mr. Tony, for your presentation. But I'm happy that you understand that this topic you are presenting to us doesn't fall fairly to us. It falls under the Portfolio Committee of Agriculture. I'm happy that you are aware of that. And I think we've had some previous presentation by Mr. Saunders on such topics. And because if you look at the Meat Health Act, it really falls directly. The powers are given to the Department of Agriculture. The animal law powers are given, the Act gives the powers to the Department of Agriculture. The NEMA Act, the powers are given directly to our minister. But we can't really, as the Portfolio Committee of Environment, yes, environment cuts across, but we can't be taking decisions for something that is not mandated to us, and it's mandated to the Department of Agriculture. I'm happy that you are aware of that, and I think my take will that let this be referred to the Department of, to the Portfolio Committee of Agriculture, because I think last time we wanted to have a joint PC meetings with them. Let it be referred to them, Chairperson. Let them have a bite on this. Then after, we will have a joint portfolio committee, because we cannot bind ourselves with something that our minister is not mandated to by the policy, but it's been given to the Department of Agriculture, the Minister of Agriculture, because there won't be any law that will be protecting us as the department, as the Portfolio Committee of Environment. And I'm happy that the presenter is aware that this falls under the Portfolio Committee of Agriculture and the Department of Agriculture. I will say, as a abiding citizen of South Africa, let's adhere towards the pieces of legislation guide us. And if it has given the powers to the Department of Agriculture, who are we to change those powers and give it to our department? So let's take it to the Department of Agriculture. Let them have a bite on it to have a final discussion on that. Thank you, Chair.
Siyabonga, Mambata. Mamkunu.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Grants, for the presentation. I would like to look further on the issue of the legislation, which the presenter indicated that it's a mandate of the Department of Agriculture. Then my first question to him is, how can we then, as the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, the Portfolio Committee, what is it that we're supposed to be doing when we don't have the mandate, according to him? But also, I want to emphasize, Chair, that I support what the Honorable Mbata is indicating, that this matter should be presented to the Department of to Agriculture, to the Portfolio Committee of Agriculture, and the minister, where the minister is present and can take the matter further. And then with that presentation done to the Portfolio Committee of Agriculture, and then we can then hear from the engagements that can take place between the two chairpersons, if where they can check when are we going to have a joint meeting with the two portfolio committees, so that we know that we don't overstep as the department, as the portfolio committee, because if our minister does not have any power, any legal powers to deal with these matters of the animal protection in terms of the law, it will then mean, if we take the matter up, it will then mean that we will be saying the minister or the department must come and respond to issues that not within their legal right to do so. So the best thing for me, Chairperson, is to take this matter to the relevant department and the relevant portfolio committee, and the matter is dealt with at that level, and the minister concerned, and in fact the ministry concerned deals with this matter, and thereafter we talk about us as the portfolio committee and the other portfolio committee coming together when they have the recommendations, and when they've gone through also those legislations, because if that has to come to the department, I'm sure a lot of engagements needs to take place at the level of ministers, at the level of the chairpersons of the two portfolio committees, and then gets to our level where we are sitting as the portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
Right. Well, thank you everyone for the engaged feedback. I won't take much more of your time, but let me just try answer a few of those in reverse order, if I may. So with regards to the comments of the two most recent honourable members, Honourable Member Mbata and Mchunu, we present this to you today for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it's as a courtesy to you as a portfolio committee so that you can be appraised of it before it becomes in the public domain. But secondly, because although the legislative and primary mandate clearly does rest currently with agriculture, the administration of wildlife is definitely a function that vests with the Department of Environment, so too with fisheries. And the recent amendments to the National Environmental NEMBA, Management of Biodiversity Act, in Section 9 of that Act, the Minister has powers now to regulate activities based on animal welfare. So the Gauteng High Court in 2019 confirmed in that lion bone matter that whilst Delrid is the primary custodian and bears the legislative mandate, other departments must consider animal welfare. And that is why I've come to you today, because wildlife, in all of its guises, whether it's terrestrial or aquatic wildlife, still sits there. But that doesn't change the fundamental point that I think everyone is making. The good point is that this is a multidisciplinary, polycentric consideration. Animals are everywhere. They are domestic, they are in laboratories, they live in our communities. And so we need an overarching solution. And that's why the Animal Law Project has proposed changes to not only to the law itself, but to the administration of the law. And those proposals really were to rid us of this, what Honourable Bryant referred to is the two poles and the matter falling between the two departments, but to put it squarely back in the Department of Justice, because it is actually, in the end, a social justice matter. And so what we're asking of this department is support us with the colloquium so that these issues can be ventilated and they can be discussed in public. And our proposal would be then, the first move would be that the primary responsibility be taken from agriculture and put in justice, and then agriculture are free to pursue their agricultural mandate and their land reform mandate without any conflict of interest. And so too, the Department of Environment wouldn't have to deal with this overarching question about whether wildlife welfare is your responsibility or Delrid's, which I know has been plaguing everyone for some decades. So that is really the purpose of the meeting. We had originally asked if it could be arranged for Delrid to be in this same session, so we could have this discussion with them as well. But we are endeavoring to get an audience with that portfolio committee, of course, and we will talk to them along these lines as well. To Honourable Bryant's question, just to make a note, this Animal Law Project has been a huge effort, as I said, of 100 different organisations. The Animal Law Reform South Africa and the smaller EXCO team have worked hard on getting it to this point, but certainly it has come from over 100 different organisations offering participation. So I think there's a big stakeholder base that is looking at us now to move this forward into implementation. To speak to Honourable Winkler and Honourable Paulson's questions, yes, the previous amendments to the Animals Protection Act, which were mainly aimed at ending cosmetic testing on animals as a trivial and harmful use of animals, have been in Parliament on a number of occasions. Our ambitions are larger than that. We think the Animal Protection Act itself, being a piece of colonial legislation, 60 years old, and being grounded in a very different scientific and regulatory environment, and indeed many years before the Constitution, we don't think that act can be amended into being an effective piece of legislation. Our call is we want a new piece of legislation. Whilst there are elements of the Animals Protection Act that are very positive, and where, as I mentioned earlier, were indeed quite visionary for the time, it remains a criminal act. And so in order to manage animal protection, we have to use criminal mechanisms. And as with other social problems, such as crime, substance abuse, violence in the households, criminal consequences are not always the best tool. And so we are suggesting that we work together to envisage and implement a new piece of legislation that will deal with animals across all these different contexts, will have its primary home in the Department of Justice, because what we're essentially trying to do with this is give effect to the constitutional vision that says we must build a new society that is free from violence, where vulnerable groups are protected, where everyone has dignity, and where we have a safe and protected environment. So we will try and protect in the Animals Protection Act the elements that are useful and are well known and work well, but we want to supplement that with other mechanisms, such as administrative law mechanisms, such as, for example, permitting. We don't have a lot of permitting in management of cruelty at the moment. Permitting tends to be for CITES compliance or disease management compliance, for example. So in closing, my final thoughts are, thank you to everyone for listening, and thank you for the encouraging response. We will carry on working with this, and our next stop is definitely the Department of Agriculture and Land Reform, sorry. We have reached out to the Department of Justice as well. We would like to talk to them about it. But insofar as the environment and the management of the environment is concerned, we would be very grateful if this committee would be supportive of a colloquium, because we want to bring in a broader stakeholder base to discuss these issues and in order to move this forward. So thank you very much for your time today, everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gerrans. Great presentation indeed. We wish you well. We hope that you engage the Portfolio Committee of Agriculture and Rural Development, which we will also consider, because we've been intending to have a joint Portfolio Committee meeting with them on a number of issues, including the matters that relates to the animal welfare. Should we get that opportunity amidst our busy schedule, we'll certainly raise these things, and should time allow, we'll also try and check if we can get you back on board. But we really appreciate it. Let me take this opportunity to thank you very much and thank all the honorable members. I know that we have overstayed, and members are now expected to go to Parliament. Those who are in Cape Town, some of us are going live there, those of us who will join virtually. Honorable members, if there isn't any other thing that is outstanding, let me thank you and thank the Deputy Minister and the team, and thank everyone for coming to today's meeting, and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.